Hello, everybody. Let me be the first to welcome you all back to week 3 of Fake Baseball. I'll tell you what, this was the first time we've taken like 2 days off, I think in a while, for Fake Baseball, and I was itching to get started today. I have been eyeing up this matchup between the Busan Blowfish and the Cascadia Kodiaks for a minute now, for a while. These are two, if we take a look over at the season standings here real quick, these are two 18-10 teams, two of the best teams from either league. Kodiaks with the second best record in the West, the Blowfish with the second best record in the East, the Boston Commodores and Corsa Palermo, both at 19-9. Things are starting to take shape here as we approach the halfway mark of the season. Only 12 games to go until that game 40 mark. And then as you all saw at the beginning of the stream, we have the All-Star game coming up. Be sure to get in that form, or to get in your ballot, I should say. You can cast your ballot by filling out the Google form, of course. We have, 23 responses so far. That number has not moved in about a day and a half. I would love to see more people get your votes in. There are some tight votes, by the way, so your vote does matter. Your all-star ballot absolutely matters. There are a couple positions that are coming down to maybe 1 or 2 votes, so I would love to see more people get in on that. Anyway, yo, what's up, Filthy Jazz? Good to see y'all. Anyway, just taking a look around the league. Yeah, like I said, things are beginning to take shape a lot. I mean, the Urban Atlantic in Europe remains a tight battle. And then the Blowfish, this is a big game for them. They're going to come into this with Heliocentric Orbital rattled. His batting average down to 233. I find that very interesting. To begin the stream, of course, I'm going to run the first bit of ads here so that we can get this first ad out of the way. So that way, when I'm trying to get my train of thought here, we can get the ads on the right cycle so they don't play over gameplay. So anyway, 90 seconds of ads incoming. I am also going to start the prediction for the day. The first prediction of the day will be centered around the Kodiak ace, Celeste LeBlanc. How many strikeouts will Celeste LeBlanc record in this game? Your options will be 0 to 5, 6 to 9, or 10 or more. Prediction is live now, by the way. Hello, Earth to chat. Is anybody there? Can I get people to sound off? Hello. And anyway, here I'm gonna run the ad really quick. I will see y'all in 90 seconds. You will not be missing any game. Okay, so while the ad is running, let me talk a little bit about the Kodiak lineup, because there were a lot of things that happened at the end of that last stream. Most notably, Newt Gizmo injured her shoulder on a diving play. She is out at least for the next 4 to 5 games. So the Kodiaks are going to look much different defensively than they have in games past. For the first time ever, we're going to have Tola Johansson starting at second base. Julie Mao is going to get some reps at shortstop. She played a few games at shortstop last season, but it was only on a very limited basis, so she'll be getting a lot of action at short. And then the rookie Antoine Goldsmith going to be starting over at third base for the foreseeable future, at least until Newt Gizmo is back. Yo, what's up, Court? Hello. At least until Newt Gizmo is back, this will be the Kodiak's defensive lineup. So glad to still have Tola Johansson involved, especially at second base. I think Julie Mao, especially when she's locked in, will be fine there over at short. Takeda and Zuniga are going to continue to be given chances in the lineup, even though they're tense. I believe in their ability to bounce back. If Takeda has another bad game, I am not afraid to pull him for Jordan Pepper, who has been not bad off the bench. Fret Pecorino also juiced today. He'll be starting on left field. Zamboni, he's been struggling a lot lately. A lot of swing and miss for Zamboni. Oh, I appreciate that, Court. I have so many other people lined up too. I have a whole list of folks I want to bring on, so it's exciting. I'm gonna manually end the submissions for the prediction pretty quick here. Again, if you want to get your Dargy Dots in for the prediction, this is your last chance. Last chance. And as soon as this loading screen is over and we begin our first game of the day, as we head to Cascadia, Kodiak's back home for a brief homestand ahead of that long road trip that they had. And I'm excited for this one. Prediction is closed. Big-time fan favorites, the Busan Blowfish, make the long journey out to Cascadia to take on the Kodiaks here at Cascadia Park. Big game for both teams. One of the Cy Young frontrunners, Celeste LeBlanc, on the bump. She will get things started with a hot... she immediately falls behind in the count 2-0 versus Hudson Dakota. An all-star nominee, by the way. Hudson Dakota, you too can vote to send Hudson Dakota to the all-star game. One of the great contact hitters. Here's the first challenge for Mao. Tough throw. Wow, great play. Love to see that from Julie Mao. In her first start of the year at shortstop, she gets a ball hit to her with from the speedy Hudson Dakota and manages to get the throw in time. Love to see that. Nice play, Julie Mao. Again, the Kodiaks looking much different defensively with their super utility fielder, Newt Gizmo, out with a dislocated shoulder. Here's the full count to Damflock. That is only the 6th batter that Celeste LeBlanc has walked all year. She does not walk very many batters. The rare walk from LeBlanc. Clearly having trouble finding the zone early on into this start, as this one is sent back up the middle. Caden Diligence will get a one-out hit. And LeBlanc immediately under pressure. Runner in scoring position for one of the best hitters and another all-star nominee for these red-hot Busan Blowfish in Can Ya Feel Me? There's a strike, a two-seam that just clipped the inside edge. And a ground ball right to Goldsmith. So all of the new defensemen here for the Kodiaks getting involved. First two outs recorded by Mao and Goldsmith. And just as I say that, Mao getting to throw out her fellow shortstop, heliocentric orbital. No strikeouts so far for LeBlanc on that prediction, but Kodiaks will end up stranding too. Valdomiro Takeda will get us started. It's going to be Pierre Depreter, a battle of the aces here for sure. Pierre has been one of the best pitchers in the East as he's quickly got Takeda on 2 strikes. I feel like we see this so often here. As he goes down on 3 pitches. Man, I just get so mad watching Takeda at the plate lately. It really, really bothers me. Swinging out of his shoes at absolutely everything. Brings up Takeda now. That is 4 straight strikes from Pierre. There you go. A 1.6 ERA, again, one of the top ERAs in the East. He's got all of the Kodiaks top of the order looking silly right now. Some big swings on some pitches out of the zone. See if Uday can recover here on 2 strikes. It's a good take. I thought that was strike 3. Here's a little flick way out into the gap in shallow, or sorry, just way out into no man's land and shallow left there. Uday able to just fight that one where the defenders weren't. Sorry, I couldn't figure out how to word that. Yeah, good find. Good find. Here's Zuniga ahead 3-0. Takes a curveball for strike 1. Close call. It's a good walk from Zuniga. So now the Kodiak's threatening as well. The hottest hitter on the lineup now, Julie Mao. Her average up to 284 on the season. Both teams threatening early with runners in scoring position. First changeup of the day from Prater. That one outside. And here's a drive. This is going deep, but it's going to hang up. Runner should advance to third. A productive out, if nothing else. Good swing from Mao, but just got under it. And you get through Julie Mao. Now you have to get through Kola Johansson. has been one of the top shortstops in the league since she came into the league 3 years ago, or 2 seasons ago. All that being said, she will hit a comebacker to Prater, and he'll catch that for the third out. So almost identical innings from both teams. LeBlanc gets back to work. Again, trouble finding the strike zone, especially for strike one. Wow, and another 3-ball count from LeBlanc. Again, only 6 outs issued all year by LeBlanc. She's worked her way back into this one. Gets him on the changeup. First strikeout of the day for Celeste. And now the catcher, Sludge Grimer, great contact hitter. A lot of first pitch balls from LeBlanc. She's going to need to clean that up if she's going to want to get deep into this game. Cannot be falling behind in every single count. This already her 30th pitch of the game. Back-to-back full counts now. Ground ball, diving stop by Johansson, playing over there at second. And how about that? All 3 outs in the field have been recorded from all 3 infielders in this new defensive alignment for the Kodiaks. Very cool. It was Mao, Goldsmith, and now Johansson over there at second. As the side is retired in order, 2 strikeouts that inning for LeBlanc. Brings up the DH today, Chris Hannell. Chris Hannell going to be seeing a lot more opportunities at DH, especially versus right-handed pitching, with Newt Gizmo on the bench and Goldsmith playing third base. This one sent down the third base line, a backhand pick by Nash. Throws across the diamond for the first out. And now here is the rook, the switch-hitting third baseman, Goldsmith. Batting 7th today. Prater's been getting ahead in a lot of these counts, getting to 2 strikes quickly. As this one is in on Goldsmith's hands, and he'll send it deep, but it'll stay well within the yard. Easy play there for Damflock. And now last hope for the Kodiaks this inning, Raleigh Forte. The big thumper takes a big swing. That'll be strike 1. Yeah, Kodiaks definitely like Goldsmith over at third rather than second base. In his limited showings at second base, he has already committed 3 errors. And there is a strikeout, another one for Prater on the changeup. It has been an identical game for both the Blowfish and the Kodiaks so far. As in steps Destin Agassi, the DH. Ground ball back up the middle, another hit for the Blowfish here. Lineup turns over now. Hudson Dakota grounded out to Julie Mau's first time up. Runner goes. Oh, wow, and the ball just barely gets underneath Johansson's glove. The runner took off on the pitch, so that will allow Nagassi to cruise into third base. And man, just like that, I feel like the inning just started, but it's runners on the corners and nobody out now for the Kodiak ace. Trying to keep Dakota honest over there at first. He is one of the fastest runners in the league. Has a lot of stolen bases. Strike 1 to Damflock. Raleigh calling a pitch out. They really want to handle Dakota over here at first base. And they are going to get him. Wow, it was probably the 3rd or 4th time that LeBlanc threw over. But they will catch Dakota. Nice job by the Kodiaks there. They find their first out, and if LeBlanc can get a strikeout here, they can strand the runner over at third. Here's the 2-2 to Damflock. Ground ball, Mao. Wow, decides not to go home. Probably could have got the out at home there. I'm not sure if the replay is going to have that. It's debatable. It would have been close. I don't know. Got the out over at first, and that's a much bigger distance than when the runner is sliding home. Either way, it's a decision from Mao to trade an out for a run. As here's a fly ball out to left. Drops right in front of Pecorino. Blowfish are on the board first. LeBlanc already over 40 pitches here in the third. Here's another shot out to the gap. The hits just keep falling for the Blowfish. Runner will hold at third, and runners around the corners again. And here is All-Star nominee Heliocentric Orbital. Struggling greatly in this in week 3 here. LeBlanc maybe not with her best stuff today. Gonna have to dig deep. Kodiaks do have Pillar and Poetic available out of the bullpen. Coach Ice also available, though on shorter rest. And going down looking there is Orbital. Strikeout number 3 for LeBlanc. 5 hits on the day for the Blowfish. The balls have been landing for them, no doubt about that. The veteran left fielder, Fret Pecorino. Juice today going to step in for the first time versus Depreter. Very limited play for Pecorino so far this season. Zamboni getting most of the reps out there at left, especially versus left-handed pitching. Yo, what's up, Fire Team Bravo? Good to see you, dude. And Pecorino has the count worked full. Not the worst at bat from the veteran, but he'll go down swinging. And that is exactly what Takeda did his last time up. He struck out on 3 pitches as his strikeout struggles continue. That was not a strike, but wow, dude. And Takeda actually manages to scoop that one from below the strike zone for a base hit. My blood pressure lowers finally. Takeda really has not looked the same since that Achilles injury. And a big hack. Depreter just keeps working ahead in these counts, and the Blowfish will easily go around the horn here for the double play. That will be no problem at all for them. Katabura not a fast runner. Kodiak's held scoreless through 3. 3 strikeouts on the day for LeBlanc. As it's the 6th hit of the ball game, and it's the second consecutive leadoff hit here for the Blowfish. 1 pitch, 1 swing, 1 runner on first, nobody out now for Sludge Grimer. LeBlanc behind in the count for a lot of these at-bats today. And another 3-ball count for her. She got Grimer on the changeup last time, and she goes back to it there. Grimer is trying to time this up. Ground ball. This could be a double play. The flip to Johansson and over to first. And that leadoff hit is erased. Nice double play turn by the Kodiak defense, helping their pitcher out. You do love to see that. And Navarro, an All-Star nominee. A lot of All-Star nominees on this Blowfish roster, and for good reason. Comes up to the plate with 2 outs and nobody on, and down to his last strike here versus LeBlanc. Ground ball, right to Goldsmith. Side retired in order despite the leadoff hit. Kodiaks need to find an answer for Depreter. So we head into the bottom of the 4th. Zuniga walked his last time up on 5 pitches, and he looks at the ball here. Ground ball, right. A lot of balls to Nash today. He's been busy over there at third. Brings up the lefty, Julie Mao. Had a high fly out to Damflocker last time up. And she'll get her first hit of the ball game. This one finds its way into right field. Past the diving grab of the first baseman, Caden Diligence. 1 on, 1 out for Cola Johansson. Here is a drive, a line out. Oh my goodness, it's off the base of the foul pole. I can't believe it. That is as close as you can get and have that still be a home run in this ballpark. It ricochets into the Yak Attack bleachers. Tomato Anus may have caught that one. She doinks it in. Yes. Incredible. You're right. Where is the replay? I forgot. My bad. My bad. I'm too late on the replay. Sorry about that. I just couldn't believe it. I mean, I guess you get the replay built in with the home run, but wow. That was very cool. You don't really see home runs like that, ever. It's the first one we've seen off the foul pole. Excuse me, the second one we've seen off the foul pole this year, by the way. Takeda, of course, with that leadoff blast to get the season started. And Chris Hanel finds a hit now. Excuse me, Chris Hanel. Yeah, please clip that home run. You know what they say. Exclamation ABC, always be clipping. And another ground ball to Nash. And another double play turn by the Blowfish. Kodiaks take the lead on that 2-run go-ahead shot from the shortstop. By the way, that was home run number 9 on the year for Kola Johansson. She is now tied for the lead league in home runs with 9. The other person with 9 home runs, of course, is Tyrone Lancaster, shortstop for the Havana Knights. And the 9-hole batter will reach here, Destin Agassi. Sends one out to the right field corner. LeBlanc over 70 pitches now. Probably her last outing, especially now that it's 3rd time through the order. She's kept Hudson Dakota quiet, but he's not going down quietly here on 2 strikes. Another 1-2 pitch. Muscles this one out into right as it ran in on his hands, but Katabura there to make the play. Mojo up for LeBlanc at an important time. 1 on, 1 out. Dangerous left-handed bat of Einhard Damflock up now. 14 RBI in the year for him, almost batting 300. Runner goes. That attempt spoiled by a foul ball. Man, just a lot of swings today from the Blowfish, a lot of weak contact. They clearly had the right scouting report on LeBlanc. Not only has she not had her best stuff, the Blowfish have just been seeing her really well. Usually you see a lot more strikeouts from LeBlanc. And wow, her 2nd walk of the day again. Only the 7th walk of the year by LeBlanc, and that is gonna do it for LeBlanc's day. She, in her shortest start of the year by far, only records 3 strikeouts. So if you predicted 0 to 5, you would be correct. That prediction is done. Dirtclad, who has been turning it up lately, will inherit the runners on 1st and 2nd. Here's a line drive out to left field. Pecorino there to make the catch. Tough play. Nice catch from Pecorino. Claude trying to strand these runners. He'll have Ken You Feel Me to contend with, the second baseman, another All-Star nominee. A reminder, get your All-Star ballots in. Link available in the chat for you there. Dirtclad already behind 2-0. And a completely non-competitive pitch on 3 balls now. The bases are walked, loaded. Now it's heliocentric orbital with the bases loaded. He's going to ground this weakly to Mao. And the Blowfish will strand all 3 runners. Second consecutive at-bat in which Mao has thrown out orbital at first. Kodiaks come to the plate with the lead for the first time. As Forte's struggles continue, he will strike out swinging. Second strikeout of the game for him. Good to see you, Gormy. Pecorino struck out on a full count his last time up. And a ground ball right back to Prater. Knocks it down and gets the throw over to first. 2 away. Base is empty now, as it's the 3rd time through the order. Here's Vladimir Takeda, has a strikeout and a base hit today. And it'll be 2 base hits for Takeda. His first multi-hit game in what feels like a long time. Mojo up for him. You love that. And that will be the end of Depreter's day. Blowfish are not going to mess around with Katabura up at the plate with a runner on first. And it doesn't matter for Uday Katabura, as he'll swing at the first pitch from Strudley and extend the Kodiak's lead. 482 to dead center. Number 8 on the year for Katabura. I mean, let's take a look at that pitch. That, my friends, that is a meatball. Hello? Sorry, the replay system being a little silly. Okay, I guess we just won't see the pitch at all. That right there, that is a meatball. Zion Strudley throws one right down the middle. Absolutely no doubt about it. And I have to say, Goofy said it best in this case. My good friend Goofy said it best. Let's hear what he has to say about that pitch.
Mamma mia pizzeria! That's the biggest meatball I ever saw.
Thank you, Goofy, for that. Appreciated. It's true. It's true. Uday does not miss those pitches, that's for sure. So it's 4-1 Kodiaks now. All of the runs scored for the Kodiaks via the home run. Ground ball down the first base line. That is picked by Diligence. What's up, Marcy? So good to see you. Kodiaks have put up 2 runs in back-to-back innings. They lead 4-1 now. Bottom of the order coming up here for the Blowfish. Jeremy Nash will lead us off. He's been very busy out there in the field. We'll try and make something happen here at the plate. Has been excellent at third for the Blowfish all year. K-Man activated on 2 strikes for Claude. Line drive, right at Zuniga. Read that well, good play. Thank you for the clip. You know what they say, exclamation ABC. High fly. Will this bounce off Mama Bear? No, it will just hang up at the warning track. Two outs, nobody on here for the All-Star nominee Navarro. Been a breakout season for the veteran, or a career year, I should say. Yo, what's up, Gino? So happy to see so many people in chat. Thank you, everybody, for being here and supporting Fake Baseball. Last batter, probably for Claude here. And Pecorino gonna catch this one, too. He'll settle and make the play. Side retired in order. Only 1 run on 7 hits for the Blowfish. It'll be Mao, Johansson, and Hanel coming up. All 3 batters with hits this game. Julie Mao, a 289 batting average on the year now. Wow, and just ahead of that pitch. She was trying to make that the 3rd home run of the game for the Axe. And Jeremy Nash gets another ground ball. So now tied for the league lead with home runs, Kola Johansson, after that foul pole doinker. Some hard contact here versus Strudley, who has historically been very successful versus the Kodiaks. And Kola sends this one high and deep. However, just barely got underneath that. And she'll fly out just in front of the center field wall. Zion Strudley, mojo back up. Will Chris Hanel be his last batter? Good check swing as that slider just barreled out of the zone. Or dove out of the zone, I should say. Goes fishing on a low two-seam. Going down in order of the Kodiaks. And it's going to be the last chance here for the Blowfish as the Kodiaks will go to their pen. Again, both Autumn Pillar and Wax Poetic available out of the bullpen. Let's see. They will go to the veteran Wax in order to close out the game. Not that the Kodiak's bullpen has been any good, but Wax has by far been their most reliable reliever. A 2-for-2 day for the DH Nagase. He has been very successful versus the Kodiaks overall this year. He is now 4-for-6 versus the Kodiaks all season. Hope he held quiet for the first time this game. Cicada makes the grab. Yo, welcome back, Ubes. So good to see you again. Hudson Dakota swings at the first pitch. Whoa, almost a collision out there. In shallow right center. Uday with an attempted sliding grab, but Johansson calls for that one. And here's a ground ball down the third base line. A bit of a poor effort, if I do say so myself, from the third baseman Goldsmith. Looked like it could have been a 1-2-3 inning. Now a 1-on and 2 outs here for Diligence. As he sends this one into the gap, this is going to bring the tying run to the plate. Runner will hold at third. Runners on the corners. For one of the most dangerous batters here for the Blowfish, Can You Feel Me? RBI man is activated. This is going to be a tough spot for Wax. One swing of the bat could tie this game up. All of this happening on 2 strikes as You Feel Me looks at 3 straight balls. That was a big swing, and now the full count payoff pitch to Ken. Runners go. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. Wax Poetic strikes out Can You Feel Me? Strands the runners. Kodiaks work their way out of this one. Wax with the save. Kodiaks win this one 4-1. A pair of home runs from Kola Johansson and Uday Katabura will give them the win. LeBlanc didn't have her best stuff, but still holds the Blowfish to 1 run. Good appearances from the bullpen. Derek Claude and Wax Poetic team up to go 2 2/3 with no runs allowed. Kodiak pitching slowly showing up here. And Kodiaks will win their first game of the ball day. First game of the ball day? First... Whatever. You get what I'm trying to say. Yeah, we'll take it. We'll take it. I have to say, okay, so I have a question. For Bryonato's game of the day, I'm gonna let chat decide on this one. Bryonato's game of the day. Let's see. Show me the upcoming games here. Because there's 2 of them I was looking at. Okay. I'm going to run this poll while I play 90 seconds of ads. For Bryonato's game of the day, you have 2 choices. Either the Los Bomberos de Santo Domingo versus the Portland Swifts, or the Victoria Foresters at Kyoto Baseball Club. You can decide. Please vote now on the poll for Bryonato's game of the day. As we are in between games, I'm going to run 90 seconds of ads. Exclamation ad skip. For instructions on how to skip the ad, alternatively consider subscribing. I will see y'all in 90 seconds. The Moose record right now is 14-14. They're playing 500 ball currently. I'm going to sim at least up to the BSD versus Portland game. And it looks like the winner is Victoria at Kyoto. It wins by 1 vote. That should be a fun one. That should be a fun one. Whoa. Nemesis beat the Voyagers in, was that 13 innings? Okay, now we got to sim at least to, this one right here. Simulate to here. Portland will win that one. They are now tied for second in the Pacific Northwest. Wow. Corsa lose a heartbreaker in Jakarta. Wow. Moose. Wow, there's a 3-way tie at 15-14 for third or for second in the Northwest. Big win for Honolulu. They are knocking on the door for the lead in the Pacific Theater now. Mallards have won 2 in a row versus some good teams. Blowfish lose 2 in a row. Yellowfin's now in first in Pacific Theater. As the Reapers continue to cruise. So, coming up, we have a pretty tight battle. It'll be the Victoria Foresters at the Kyoto Baseball Club. Don't let their record fool you. This is a good baseball team in a tough division. Pacific Theater is always tough. It'll be a tight battle here, or not a tight battle. It'll be a tough battle for the starting pitcher for Kyoto, Titan Brownpole, a 9 ERA coming into this game versus the ace for the Foresters, Tony Del Vecchio. The Foresters, of course, Plaid Rasputin was their marquee free agent signing. We will talk more about him as we get there. We get to see our first game at Sakura Hills. I'm really glad that Kyoto won because I love their home stadium. Love it, love it, love it. So let's just do a simple prediction for this one. Who will win this game for bryonatos game of the day? Will it be the Victoria Foresters or Kyoto Baseball Club? Prediction is open now, only for a minute. If you would like the Foresters to win, type #tree. If you want to see Kyoto Baseball Club win, type join the club. Those are the team hashtags for the respective teams. Foresters are playing some hot baseball as they come into this game. They have a winning record for the first time all year as crack shots. Bumoni will swing at the first pitch and ground out right to Goldie Lakestrom. Wow, a lot of Kyoto fans in chat. Can't blame them. Their home uniforms in their home stadium is both are just gorgeous. As a good start for Titan Brownpole. Again, coming to the game with a 9 ERA. Last time we saw him was really effective, and he has sat down the first 2 batters in order, no problem. And here is the future Hall of Famer, Plaid Rasputin. One of the most prolific and dangerous left-handed power bats in the league. And as I say that, he tees off versus Titan Brownpole. A no-doubt shot, number 8 on the year. He is tied for second in the league in home runs. Former Boston Commodore. Plaid Rasputin does what he has done for years now and hits another home run. I am not joking, folks. Plaid Rasputin was probably the single biggest free agent pickup that happened this last offseason. He is truly a difference-maker player, and he shows it there. So now, coming up to the plate with 2 out and 1 on after the walk, is Petrus Rojas. And the left-handed batters of Rasputin and Rojas will team up for 2 shots here in the first inning. The balls are flying in Kyoto today. Home run number 2 on the year for Rojas as the left-handed veterans team up. It is 3-0 Foresters early. Titan Brown pole is rattled here in the first. My goodness. Someone let him go to free agency? I was wondering if the Commodores would re-sign him. I really was. Let me pull up Rasputin's reference page really quick here. And I'll give you the readout on his career. As Tony Del Vecchio, the young right-hander for the Foresters, will get started. Oscar Kubicek, he's going to ground out to Rojas on the to get things started here. Brings up All-Star nominee Slasher Hashling, and currently the front-runner to be the second to represent second base in the All-Star game this coming Sunday. By the way, the All-Star game, like I said, this Sunday, it is coming up. Ground ball down the first base line. A diving grab from Plaid Rasputin. Wow. Wow. Not only is he going to hit the ball out of the park, he is going to make an outstanding defensive play. Rob Slasher of extra bases. My goodness, what a play that was there. Let's see that one more time. What am I hearing? Oh, I think I'm hearing the game. That's just a great play from Plaid. Getting it done over there at first base. Now, one of the many mid-season acquisitions here for Kyoto, as they really tried to improve their team about 20 games into the season, it's the former Victoria Forester, Alejandro Thrustmaster. Also spent some years with the favorites. As he gets jammed, Palomar going to play this on a bounce, and the side is retired in order. Yeah, Plaid Rasputin. 9 seasons with the Commodores. Spent 9 seasons with the Commodores where he hit 121 home runs. Could be home run number 3 of the ball game for the Foresters. It'll just bang off the center field wall. It is another extra base hit. Foresters offense looking real dangerous right now. As here is the switch hitting center fielder. One of the many acquisitions by this brand new Forester squad and the former Cascadia Kodiak, Seppo Heikkinen, the Flying Finn. What's up, Nick Knack Flack? I am a huge baseball fan. As far as real baseball goes, I am a Seattle Mariners fan first and foremost. As far as fake baseball goes, I'm a big Cascadia Kodiak guy. But yeah, an unbelievable career for Plaid Rasputin with the Commodores. Just very bizarre to see him in another uniform. Go O Rangers. See, this is the problem with O Rangers fans. We're not even talking about anything related to Marble League, and they'll just talk about their dumbass team for some reason. Like, literally nobody asked, bud. I grew up in AZ. Wait, what's wrong with the O Rangers? They're the most annoying team in the Marble League by far. They have the most annoying fans. They have the most annoying chant. They also, let me just say this too. After the O Rangers did not qualify for the Marble League for the first time ever, they're just gifted hosting the next Marble League in the next year, so they automatically qualify. I don't know. I just thought that was really weird. Feels like a little bit of foul play if you ask me. After the first time that they miss, they're just automatically qualified for they don't even have to qualify after missing. I don't know. Just seems a little fishy to me. Fuck the O Rangers. Also, the O Rangers are just like they're it's like they're have you seen their branding? Like a sheriff star? They're cops, man. The O Rangers are cops. Okay. That's what's wrong with the Rangers. I'm done now. I grew up in Arizona, but moved to New York, so besides Diamondbacks, I go for Mets and Blue Jays. That's fun. Boy, I have to say, between the Diamondbacks, Blue Jays, and Mets, is your heart doing okay? Like, your blood pressure generally fine? Because I have to say, I mean, those are some very up and down teams to be rooting for. Oh, no, I know, Gino. I know. Runner's going to attempt to go to third. Out at third. I'm not sure who that was. I was too busy talking about the Marble League. You better shout. You better not fucking show up on my broadcast wearing an O Ranger shirt. I swear to God. I swear to God, dude. Yeah, the Blue Jays, especially Knick-Knack, have been amazing. Okay, so check it back into the game. Bottom of the second. 2 strikes, 2 outs here to Patsy Traveler, the shortstop. Runner goes. Chasing below the zone, 96 at the knees was Traveler. Foresters had multiple runners on the base paths, but one of them thrown out on a steal, the other one left stranded. Second time through the order now here for the Foresters. Dainty Villanueva gonna fly out to Kaylani Love on the first pitch. And Plaid Rasputin is locked in. Should send a chill down any pitcher's spine. As I was talking about how he's one of the most prolific left-handed power bats in the league, he cranked one to left center to get the scoring started. It was a 2-run shot. And he hits him. He'll strut to first. And Brown Pole's day is done. He pitches only 2 1/3 innings. 1-on-1 out now for Mitch Dawson. Been a very effective right-handed reliever. Mercedes Palomar, she's trying to get her season going. Palomar, veteran shortstop for Victoria. Now in her 7th season, she'll strike out there. Career low numbers for her. Only 456 OPS on the year. Yikes. And this was the other guy that hit the home run for the Foresters back in the first, Petrus Rojas. He's going to shoot this one into the gap. This should plate the run all the way from first. Rojas checks in at second. And scoring on that play is Rasputin. Foresters tag on. It is 4-0. It's been all Victoria so far today. As the DH, Chamberlain Testarossa checks in. Ground ball, diving stop from Hashlinging. Nice play. 8-9-1 coming up here for Kyoto Baseball Club. It's really not looking good for Kyoto. I have to say that, yeah, they have looked pretty hapless so far. Bottom of the order has to do something here. We've seen a lot of amazing comebacks this year. That is for sure. Ground ball right to Rasputin. He has been busy. And now it is the left fielder, Chance Foster. Foster sends a drive out to left, and this is gone. First run of the ball game will come on the long ball. Chance Foster, his first of the year. Great swing on that. Can we take another look at that? Damn, man, I keep clipping this too late. It's supposed to clip the last 15 seconds, but it looks like it's only the last 10. My bad. What's up, Frog Type Games? Welcome in. Hi, Alex. Welcome in, folks. 0-2 day for Kubicek. He has 2 groundouts. And Slasher Hash Slinging, he has been far and away the best batter on this Kyoto squad. He is rattled. Not looking good for the all-star frontrunner. He'll walk on 4 pitches. A nice break for him. So 2 outs, 1 down now for Alejandro Thrustmaster. Kyoto could be breaking through here a little bit. Locked in and power versus righties for Thrustmaster. The DH chance for Kyoto to get back in this game. It sure does, ATD. It sure does. I love... Sorry, I got confused there. 2 purple names in chat. Full count to Thrustmaster. Fights off a slider out of the zone. Ground ball up the middle. Forrester's not going quietly here in the bottom of the 3rd. The tying run will come to the plate now. In the form of Kaylani Love. And she is locked in. Look at those ratings. RBI man activated. Very big spot for the veteran center fielder here for Kyoto. 2 swings, 2 foul balls, 2 strikes for Kaylani. Delvecchio trying to work out of a jam here. Ground ball. Picked by Khan over there at second. Excuse me. Out at first is Kaylani. Kyoto will strand 2. But finally got something going on offense. Not out of this one yet. And here's another all-star nominee for second base, Ishwar Khan. I mean, having an outstanding year, batting .338, 5 home runs, 10 RBIs. Easily the best season of his career. And he'll send a ground ball back up the middle. Oh, Ishwar Khan, this only his 2nd season, actually. I didn't realize he was a 2nd-year player, OPSing over 1,000 right now. Amazing. This could be a double play ball. Nice play there by Traveler, getting back on the bag and throwing out the runner at first. So the Ishwar Khan hit is erased. Here's a ball sent out to the gap. Lands right in front of Foster for a base hit. 2 hits now in the inning for the Foresters. As the lineup turns over, bottom of the order has been effective here. Crack shots, Bumoni, center fielder, comes up to the plate, locked in. A lot of 2-out action for both teams. Here is the 3-0 pitch to Spumoni. Composed, activated for Dawson. And the rare walk issued by Mitch. Especially with that composed rate. 2 on, 2 out now. Really got to get Villanueva out here. You cannot allow Rasputin to bat with the bases loaded. And they will. Foster makes another play. 5, 6, and 7 coming up. Leading us off will be all-star nominee, veteran catcher Amari Tropicus. Just quietly been one of the most consistent batters, or one of those consistent offensive catchers for a long time now. She'll swing at the first pitch for a base hit. And one of their many midseason acquisitions, here's the left-handed batter, Sonny Utakome. Another first pitch swing and back-to-back first pitch swings. This one will find the glove of Villanueva out there and right. Brings up Patsy Traveler for the 2nd time today, 1 on, 1 out. A 3rd consecutive first pitch swing. Very aggressive at the plate right now. Our Kyoto. Does not do trades, Alex. No, unfortunately. I would, probably for the best, I would get too evil with the trades. Wow. Traveler checks his swing on a close pitch. Here's the payoff. A good at-bat from Traveler. Nice. Checks his swing. He'll work a walk on a full count. Great at-bat there from Patsy. Attention everyone, says Gino Guerin. Pan-fried summer sausage slices and melted 3-cheese blend stacked on a brioche bun. That is all yummers. Yeah, I wish, Alex, but no. And this one is flung back out into center. They will hold the runner at third. It's 3 consecutive hits now for Kyoto. Bases loaded, 1 out for Chance Foster. He went, and okay, it's going to be, never mind, it's a pinch hit. Multiple swaps happening here. Here, let's just get a replay of what's happening here. So Aylin Peters going to come in and bat from the left-hand side, and now this was a midseason acquisition by the Foresters. Rafa California, one of the best relievers in all of baseball. I can tell you this right now, as the guy that's picking all the pitchers for the All-Star game, will be going to the All-Star game. Rafa California. So this is probably, this could be your ball game right here, even though we're only in the 4th. Easily the biggest at-bat of the ball game so far. Peters versus California. As Kyoto has the bases loaded, he'll find strike 1 with a curveball, a nasty curveball at that. Ground ball right to Rasputin. A double play here would be a killer for Kyoto. California gets the job done. And Aylin Peters, a pinch hit, ground into a double play. That is tough. Carmea Nolani will be a defensive replacement out in center field. Kaylani Love moves over to left. This will be the first at-bat in which Rasputin hasn't reached, as Hashlinging puts him out. Dawson's looked good in his relief appearance since coming in back in the 3rd. Whoa, maybe one of the dumbest swings I've ever seen there from Palomar. No wonder she's batting $165. That was ugly. 2 away here. Rojas, in both plate appearances, has 2 extra base hits, a home run and a double. Truly one of the greatest third basemen of all time, Petrus Rojas. Spent most of his career in the Pacific Northwest as well. Majority of his time with the Moose, now here with the Foresters. Count works full. Dawson really laboring now. And Rojas, great at bat, will work a walk. That will surely be the end of Mitch Dawson's day. Former Kodiak, Baba Isu, going to come in here. A very similar profile to Dawson. A lot of movement on his pitches. A lot of location. Had a very okay season with the Kodiaks. Only spent 1 season with the team. And he'll strike out the first batter he sees. Top of the order now coming up for Kyoto. They'll have their work cut out for him as well. Rafa California, a right-handed thrower and a specialist. This means any other batter that is a right-handed batter will have their hitting or their power and contact stats debuffed. The specialist trait, one of the most powerful in all of fake baseball. And California with some pretty good pitching traits to go along, ratings I should say, to go along with that. And California is locked in, as back-to-back ground balls will be hit to Rojas. Just playing a game of catch with Rasputin over there at first right now. California trying to put the top of the Kyoto order down in order. And he will. He's going to catch this one himself. California showing why he's going to the All-Star game. My goodness. Khan, Heikkinen, Petrovic. Bottom of the order coming up here for the Foresters. Again, Ishwar Khan, an All-Star nominee. Get your All-Star ballots in now. Ishwar Khan going to try and show you why he should be sent to the All-Star game in New York City this coming Sunday. Oh, wow, a tough play there from Patsy Traveler. Tried to make that catch. It just bounces off his glove. It'll be an infield single for Patsy Traveler. One on, nobody out for Seppo Heikkinen. Starting in left field, the switch hitter. Isu now under a 1 ERA on the year. A slow dribbler. Tashlinging had a play on it. Runner moves over to second, so it's a productive out. Runner in scoring position now. For Dmitry Petrovich, the catcher. Ground ball up the middle. Traveler able to get secure his glove on this one. He'll get the out at first. Runner moves to third now. And the lineup turns over for crack shots Bumoni, who is locked in. Both players locked in right now, actually. Spumoni winning the battle so far, ahead 2-1. And as I say that, 2-2 on a couple of foul balls. And now the full count. Here's the pitch. Curveball way outside and in the dirt. Fourth plate appearance of the day for Dainty Villanueva. 0 for so far today. Ground ball, backhanded grab by Utakome, and a strong arm over there at the hot corner. He'll make the play. Heart of the order here for Kyoto, and most importantly, a couple of left-handed bats as well. Very important to get some lefties up there versus the right-handed specialist, California. These are the batters that have to make something happen for Kyoto right now. Kaylani Love fighting for her life out there. California working really quick here. Good eye there from Love, able to lay off on that. Oh, not that 97-mile-an-hour fastball, though, at the knees. California continues to slice and dice through this KBC lineup. Damn, couple of stink balls here from California. Ground ball down the third base line, stopped by Rojas. However, into first base safely is Tropicus. Another infield hit, and now the lefty Sonny Utakome. Sonny been pretty effective since he got picked up by Kyoto mid-season, and this one is slung out to the gap. Trying to make a play on this is Spumoni. He'll grab it in front of the wall, and I'm surprised the runner was not able to score from first on that. However, it's runners on second and third now. Patsy Traveler worked a very impressive walk his last time up. Has multiple runners in scoring position, and a slew of lefties here versus California have been effective so far. Patsy Traveler representing the winning run. And he will plate one, if not both of these runs. Yes, a Patsy Traveler single will clear the bases. Patsy Traveler pretty hurt on that play. Injury report is what? Patsy Traveler has tweaked his groin. A pinch runner now will be wave dash, and oh my goodness, they will gun her down. A pitch out on the first pitch from Chip Hazard. The runner on first is erased in a caught stealing. Might as well be a strike him out, throw him out there. Wow, just so many things happened in that last 30 seconds. My goodness. Kyoto works within one. Vlad Rasmussen up at the plate now. Wave dash making her first ever career appearance at shortstop to replace the injured Patsy Traveler. Pretty much nobody left on the Kyoto bench after that as well. It's a one-run ball game now for Baba Isu with the always dangerous Plaid Rasputin at the plate. Rasputin not really hitting for average or getting on base, but is slugging the hell out of the ball. And as I say that, he'll work another walk. Third time he's reached in 4 plate appearances now. That'll be the end of Isu's day. And here is another one of their midseason acquisitions. And another former Victoria Forester, Keith Gibbon. Kyoto, the first team that Gibbon has played for, other than the Foresters, in some time. And some information here on Baba Isu, who just got subbed out of the game. From Shift Gauze. Shift says, Baba's reference page puts his current play as near career best, rivaling his season 17 stats. That season had him at a 1.83 ERA over 54 innings pitched for Dublin. Yeah, Baba Isu was formerly part of a Dublin bullpen that was really effective. All of Baba Isu and Dirt Clod and Kian Kochais would later go on to play for the Kodiaks. Of course, Kian Kochais and Dirt Clod still with the Kodiaks. They were a 3-headed monster out of the pen for Dublin for a while there, now all with different teams. And Testarossa goes down swinging. Here is the last chance for Kyoto. If you're a Kyoto fan in chat, you're going to need to make some noise for your home team right now. It'll be 9-1-2 coming up. Carmea Noelani is going to lead us off versus the right-handed Chip Hazard. Down to 2 strikes quickly as Noelani still looking for his first hit on the season. He will go down looking a well-placed fastball, 93. An 0 for 3 day for Kubicek, who is still locked in. Oh, the ball gets by Rojas. It squeaks underneath his glove. Kubicek thinks about 2. He will hold up at first. A hard hit ball. Rojas usually pretty reliable over there at third. Now the go-ahead run and hash flinging with 8 home runs is tied for the lead in the Eastern Hemisphere. Good opportunity now for Kyoto. We've seen a lot of dramatic comebacks so far this year. What does the All-Star nominee have in store? He's going to send this one deep out to right, but it just hangs up. Villanueva taking a few steps back. 2 outs. Now for Alejandro Thrustmaster versus his former team. Locked in. Power versus righties activated. Surely they would not send the runner with the game on the line. It's a good pitch to hit. Foul ball for strike 1. Hazard really trying to keep Kubicek over there honest at first. Does have a little bit of speed. Game on the line here for Thrustmaster. Ooh, gets him tied up on an inside 2-seam. Tough out activated on 2 strikes. Game on the line here. Runner goes, but he goes down looking. Hazard ties him up. It's 89 at the knees. Foresters win this one. A lot of fight from Kyoto, but man, tough to go down looking with the game on the line like that, I have to say. Oh my goodness, Gino Guerin is about to get paid out. Damn. Foresters win that one. A pair of Petrus Rojas and Plaid Rasputin home runs will give him the win. Coming up, we have more Pacific Theater action. Spectres will be coming to town to play the Kodiaks. It's a World Series 19 matchup once we return from this break. 90 seconds of ads coming in. Exclamation ad skip to skip the ad. Alternatively, consider subscribing. See y'all in 90 seconds. Ned Pickles Jr. cut, by the way. Ned Pickles Jr. cut by the Engineers in his rookie year. They will bring in the veteran catcher, Luan Toussaint. An interesting move. And it looks like Boston also going to cut Magnus Bale, one of their relievers, for Tony Felix da Costa. So a couple of moves there. Ivana solo first in Southern Heat. Swift's back in the win column. They're keeping up with Victoria. Look out, by the way, the Nocturnals are rolling. They're only 2 games back of the lead in the Pacific Theater. We'll see them later today. So, it is a World Series. It is a World Series rematch. The Spectres and the Kodiaks have played in the Season 17 and Season 19 World Series. This is their second and final meeting of the year. Let's see here. We're going to have Sammy Siegel DH, Farchamp Zamboni back in the lineup at left field. Seems good. Baseball Reference has him at 12. What team is he on? Kyoto. "19 innings pitched for Baba. Okay. Fausto Swenson. Who would be a fun player to do Farchamp Zamboni? Valdemiro Takeda? Farchamp Zamboni, he's been struggling a little bit. He's back in the lineup after a day off to reset. How many hits will Zamboni get this game? Will he be held to 0? Will he get a single hit? Or will he hit 2 or more? Prediction is live now. All right. Second game of the homestand. And second consecutive game versus a Pacific Theater team. We're going to be seeing a lot of the Pacific Theater today. It is Kodiaks versus the Spectres, a Season 19 World Series rematch. Fausto Swenson on the bump. Comes up with a 5.52 ERA. This is his 8th start of the year. Fausto has had good stuff, but again, has been really struggling with the long ball. We'll see what he has today. Did not allow any home runs in his last appearance. It was nice to see. Poppy Pip's a longtime Kodiak killer and a great contact bat. Gonna send this one, I think, just foul. Unless Zuniga has a play on it, close. Just goes into the stands. And now the full count to Pip. Swenson trying to retire the first batter he sees. And he will. Locks her up. A knee buckler, 92. Brings up the veteran right fielder Lexi Growls, batting second today, despite batting the 196 batting average. Chris Hanel starting at catcher today. And this is a screamer sent back up the middle. Wow. Takeda had that back into Mao almost before Growls reached first base. And here is the all-star nominee, Monster Lancheros, as he swings at the first pitch and sends this one into right. Couple of really well-hit ground balls now. And a standing ovation from the crowd here in Cascadia. It is the longtime fan favorite, Jamal Elmedi. He has hit a lot of home runs in this ballpark, and he has runners on first and second. RBI man activated versus Fausto Swenson. And he's going to send this one out to Mama Bear. It'll bounce off. 3 consecutive hits now for the Spectres. Always a high-flying offensive team. I just feel like anytime these two teams face each other, it is all offense, and that looks to be the case now. as it's the third consecutive hit. 2 runners have scored now here in the first. Runners on the corners, 1 out. Another All-Star nominee, the veteran Archer Freehold in his best year in his career. He'll take a hack as well. Finally, Fausto finds a strike. Okay. Second out of the inning finally recorded for number 32. Going to bring up the first baseman, another lefty. A lot of lefties in this lineup, Debonair Chastain. Almost a guarantee we see Kian Kochai side of the pen today versus this left-handed hitting lineup. This one's popped up. There's Cola over there at second base. She'll call for it, make the grab. Spectre's a crooked number for them. 2 runs on 4 hits. What's up, Helio? Oh yeah, Jamal's one of the GOATs, dude. So Takeda with his first multi-hit game since returning from injuries last time up. On the bump today for the Spectres will be Holden Harrison, a 7.33 ERA, almost no accuracy to speak of. Kodiak batters have to be effective against this guy. Cannot be going down looking versus a guy like Holden Harrison. That's another strikeout for Takeda. Uday Katabura up to 8 home runs on the year, second in baseball. His teammate Kola Johansson leading the way with 9. He's been on a tear lately. He swings 3-0. It would have been a strike. That is sent foul. And he swings at ball 4. Able to check his swing there. Batting third today, Kellen Zuniga, switch hitting first baseman. Cascadia Kodiaks offensively have definitely been in a bit of a slump, I would say, for these last 4 or 5 games. A lot of strikeouts especially. As Kellen Zuniga will get a hit, he'll send that one into left field, or excuse me, into right field. 2 on, 1 out now for Julie Mao. Over 21 RBI on the year now. And Mao is going to stay hot as she slings this one way deep into the left field corner. That just is barely fair. Let's take another look at that one on the instant replay. That is, I mean, really as close as it gets. I think that banged. I mean, that is just, why, my goodness, is that close. My goodness, is that close. Let's take a much closer look at that one. Look at it. It's off the yellow of the wall. Yeah, wow. So rare you see a ball like that. That is so cool. So Julie Mao will drive in the first run of the game for the Kodiaks. They have cut the lead in half now. And here is the Eastern Hemisphere home run leader, Kola Johansson. Ball gets away from Munko Griff, the catcher. 2 runners in scoring position now for Kola Johansson. Another 3-ball count. And she'll walk on 4 pitches. Big spot now for Farchamp Zamboni in his sophomore season. Had a day off. He's been striking out a ton lately. I mentioned the strikeout struggles for the Kodiaks. He has the bases loaded here. Really ugly swing for strike 2. Gonna have to battle now on 2 strikes is Zamboni. Deep breath from this commentator as he's frustrated. As Zamboni goes down swinging, he strikes out again. You feel that the Kodiaks have to capitalize here with the bases loaded versus a pitcher like Harrison, and they will. They will answer the 2 runs scored by the Spectres. An opposite field shot there from the rookie, Antoine Goldsmith. And what a time this would be for Sammy Siegel to get his first RBIs. His first career RBIs, might I add. Jam shot, right back out to the shortstop, Bethia. Kodiaks will leave him loaded, but not before they score 2. It'll be Griff, Bethia, and Pips. Munko Griff having a really miserable season. Batting 119. No home runs, 4 RBI. Swenson going to have to go right after this guy, and he will. He's got him on 2 strikes. And puts him down on 3 pitches. That is a great bit of pitching there from Swenson. As he mojos up, he's back to neutral. Now up against the rookie shortstop, Marquise Bethia. Bethia sends this one out into right. Katabura with the catch. And already the lineup has turned over here in the top of the second. It's Poppy Pips. Wow, and she looks at 3 straight strikes. A couple of 3-pitch strikeouts from Swenson in that inning. Specters are kept quiet. And Chris Hanna will lead us off. 9-hole batter here for the Kodiaks. Already 35 pitches here for Harrison. Hanna going to be seeing a lot more play both at catcher and at DH. With the injury struggles of the Kodiaks, he will walk on 5 pitches. Not even a swing from the backup catcher there. Takeda somehow managed to strike out his first time up. Has a runner on first, nobody out. Takes a big hack at a pitch off the plate. Need to see more discipline from Takeda. He's really been forcing it lately. Able to lay off that time and check his swing. And he's worked his way into a 3-1 count. Here's the pitch. Swings at ball 4. It was a high fastball. And a full count walk there from Takeda. First 2 runners have reached on walks. That will be the end of Harrison's day, just like that. They're going to bring in the lefty, Rafael Francis. Kodiak saw him pretty well in their last game in their previous matchup back in Seoul.
Nope, outside.
And uncharacteristic strikeout from Katabura there. Not really many of those pitches were in the zone. Interesting strike called there on Zuniga as he grounds this one to Lancheros, and that will end the inning. First 2 batters reach, and then a strikeout and a double play will retire the side. Very frustrating baseball from the Kodiaks there. The stealer trait means they get a speed boost when stealing. That is all it means. It's different from having high speed in that they only get the speed boost when stealing. Swenson looking to record his 4th strikeout of the game. Pop-up will work too. Bring up a juiced monster Lancheros. I didn't realize he was juiced. That is tough for the Kodiaks that the best hitter on the Specters, the switch hitting Lancheros, is juiced. He'll get a second hit of the ball game. This one will land just in front of Zamboni. He makes a good play on it. 1 out, 1 on now for Jamal. Had an RBI single, an opposite field shot that banged off of Mama Bear. Elmedi, a lot of RBI, a lot of runs driven in this ballpark, that's for sure. Fausto and Elmedi never actually played on the same Kodiaks roster. He'll go down swinging. Fausto maybe settling in here. He has the rookie third baseman, Ferry Nuffers, to contend with now. Approaching 50 pitches to Swenson. As this one's off the end of Ferry's bat. A stroke of luck for the Specters on 2 strikes. It was a good pinch from Swenson, but just a good piece of hitting from the rookie third baseman. Now Archer Freehold, the DH today. You can see his gray hair. He is having the career year of all career years here with the Specters. Batters just seem to play better in Seoul. They have always been a very offensively driven team, and Archer Freehold just adding on to that this year. Another strikeout for Fausto, though. Freehold goes chasing. All tied up, 2-2 as we head to the bottom of the third. Heart of the order coming up. Mao found her 22nd RBI of the year with a base hit that just barely stayed fair. Her last time up. She'll face the lefty now in Rafael Francis. Down to 2 strikes quickly. Tough out activated. And it'll be another base hit for Mao. This one will land just in front of Almeida out there in shallow left. Couple of bloop singles from both teams. Both the Spectres and the Kodiaks really going blow for blow as they so often do. And now here's Cola, who walked her last time up. Rafael Francis locked in. Kodiak batters really trying to do something about that. And this is a line drive. This will get all the way to the center field wall. Mao is going to turn to try and score. They are waving her in. Lancheros, the cutoff man. It was a pretty poor throw from Pips out in center. And wow, Mao is going to score from first base. It's an RBI double for Cola Johansson. Kodiaks take the lead. Far champ Zamboni versus the lefty Francis now. Like I said, Bri, the Blowies was last game. What are you talking about? Did I say the Blowfish? He'll work a walk. It's not a hit. But Zamboni will... They went... Oh, gotcha. He will work a walk. Third pitcher already for the Kodiaks here, or for the Spectres here. And we're only in the third inning. They're going to bring in the starter reliever, Jimmy Harada. Probably hoping to get some length out of him. As this one was sent back up the middle. Could be a double play. No, Lancheros will choose just to fire over to first. Might have had a flip there at second. Opted not to go for it. Effectively a sack bunt. 2 runners in scoring position now for Sammy Siegel, the DH, who is still looking for his first career RBI. Go down swinging. Siegel, tough looks for him lately. A big reason the Spectres probably brought in another righty was due to the presence of Chris Hanel coming up in the batting order. Always very effective against left-handed pitching. Has seen more at-bats versus right-handed pitching lately, though. And it's been effective. He's got a 3-1 count here. A generous strike 2 called at the bottom of the zone. And now Hanel has to go protect, and he will strike out. Harada able to work back from a 3-1 count there to get the strikeout on Hanel. And it is the bottom of the order coming up for the Spectres.
The first baseman, number 22.
That's down. Inside.
Behind in the count early is Fausto. On a 2-0 count, Mal will make a routine play over there at short.
The catcher, number 77.
I have to say, Swenson working into the fifth, giving up only 2 runs today would be really, really nice. It's been a tough year for the young man. So he gives up a hit there to Munko Griff, one of the few hits on the season, period, for Munko. And fields it up for the double play now. Neither Bethia or Griff fast runners.
Nope. Inside.
Here's the 1-2 to Bethia. Ground ball. Mao will go the short way first. Safe at first is Bethia. It is a fielder's choice, though. Leadoff runner is erased.
Number 57.
Now the left-handed Poppy Pips comes to bat. Fausto approaching 70 pitches. Autumn Pillar and Kian Kochais getting warm in the Kodiak bullpen.
Ball. Inside. Foul ball.
Pips been held quiet so far. This is her third at bat. Usually very effective versus the Kodiaks. Line drive. Nice grab there by Johansson. Some good defense on display from the Kodiaks so far. They maintain their 1-run lead. Takeda has walked and struck out. Now up against Jimmy Hirata for the first time in his career. Takes strike one down the middle. 95-mile-an-hour fastball. A 3-pitch mix for Hirata. A pair of fastballs and a curveball. This one is sent to the moon. Takeda way under this.
You're out.
A pop out for out number 1.
That's low.
Katabura chasing off the plate again. He will ground out. Kodiaks have been quiet since they left the bases loaded. Wow. Zuniga about as far out in front of that baseball as one can possibly get. Was clearly hunting the fastball there as he will line out to Ferry Nuffers to end the inning. Okay, top of the Kodiaks order goes 1, 2, 3. It's so hard for me not to get mad. Dude, I try really, really hard not to get mad, but man, the Kodiaks are frustrating to watch sometimes. They're going to leave Swenson in. I probably should have pulled him here, especially versus a power bat like Lexi Growls, even if she is having a poor season. We'll be lucky if Fausto does not allow a run, a home run, or a base runner here. Wow, yeah, an absolute shocker that he walked her. God. We are not putting in Dirt Clod here. Are you stupid? Why would you put in Dirt Clod there, dude? Like, you have 3 fresh arms on... Whatever. I'm not a CPU that's literally programmed to manage baseball games, but I don't think you should put in Dirt Clod there. That's just my opinion. Yo, what's up, Foxametic? Welcome in. All right, it will be Kian Kochais coming out of the bullpen for the Kodiaks. You would normally see Kochais come in to close out the game, but with a runner on first here in the top of the 5th and the heart of the order. Actually, wait. Lancheros is a switch hitter. But we do have 2 lefties coming up. Yeah, no, you just got to turn Lancheros around here for sure. With Kian Kochais. New name, same Blowy fan. Oh, it's okay. It's the artist formerly known as Wormo. Gotcha. Well, hello, Foxomedic. Welcome in. You just saw the Blowfish. You just missed the Blowfish lose 4-1 to the Kodiaks. Sorry to say. All right, so Kochais will come in with a runner on first, nobody out here in the top of the 5th in a 1-run ball game. Pretty big spot for Kochais as he, alongside Dirt Clod, has improved so far. Has Lancheros on 2 strikes quickly. Would be a big strikeout here with 2 lefties coming up, and he will get a pop out. Hanel barely has to move to make the grab. And now 2 lefties coming up in Jamal El-Mehdi and Ferry Nuffers. And it's been all strikes from Kochais so far. Survival swing there from El-Mehdi. Gives a fan a souvenir with that foul ball. Ground ball, played on a bounce. Johansson, Mao fires back over to Zuniga. Double play. A well-turned double play by the Kodiaks there. They go what? 4-6-3 to turn 2. And El-Mehdi, a fast runner as well. That was a very, very nice play. Julie Mao's batting average over 300 now, by the way. As I say that, she might just strike out here. She continues to get better and better as the season goes on. Swings the ball in the dirt. That marks 5 straight retired by Jimmy Hirata, as he's locked in now.
Inside.
Has been exactly what the Spectres needed out of their bullpen after they went through 3 pitchers in 3 innings. This Hirata's 3rd inning of work as Johansson has number 10. Back-to-back games with home runs for Kola as she extends her lead for the most home runs in baseball. If you haven't already, vote to send Kola Johansson to the All-Star game. By opening up that Google form link, you can vote Kola Johansson to represent the Western Hemisphere in the first ever All-Star game this Saturday. Far champ Zamboni flies out to left as Antoine Goldsmith will get a 2-out single. Sammy Siegel, the DH today, has been pretty quiet. He'll swing at the first pitch. And after retiring 5 straight, there's 3 straight hits from the Kodiak with a home run. Atlas, I'm so glad to have you here. They're going to leave in Hirata to face Hanel. A 2-run lead now for the Kodiaks. And Hanel strikes out for the 2nd straight plate appearance. Kodiaks put up another run. They have extended their lead to 2. As Coach Ice comes back in to face another lefty, this one in the rookie, Ferry Nuffers. Ferry Nuffers, of course, gets her name from the fact that there one time I was talking to somebody, and I wanted to say fair enough, but for some reason I said Ferry Nuffers. And I was like, that's a baseball name.
That's down.
And now here's Ferry Nuffers.
Vote low. That's foul.
Is my stream working? Okay. My entire taskbar just like bugged out. That was scary. A diving grab from Goldsmith. Fires a ball in the dirt. Well picked by Zuniga, but it's not in time. That is an infield hit for Nuffers.
Ball inside.
It's a great effort by the rookie.
Ball high.
Yo, what's up, the Taps? Good to see you.
Strike.
Would love to hear how folks are doing in chat,
Strike.
especially if last time you caught the stream was, you know, maybe last Sunday. It's been a while since we had it's been a while since we had fake baseball, so I'm very glad to have it back.
That's low.
Been yearning for this stream all week.
That's low.
Even if Sword of the Sea was awesome yesterday, I can't wait to play that some more tomorrow.
Foul ball. Foul.
Coach Ice has Chastain on 2 strikes now as he approaches 30 pitches. Been really struggling here.
Take your base.
He'll walk another batter. Now versus Munko Griff, only batting a $131. You have, even with the power versus lefties, you have to expect Coach Ice to go right after him. Hi, Akko.
Ball high.
So good to see you.
Ball high.
Trying not to make it another 3-ball count as Coach Ice, and it will be. A ground ball. Coach Ice going to have to make a tough play. Scoops it. Fires over to first. That is a great play from the reliever. And going to their bench are the Spectres. And in response, the Kodiaks will also go to their bullpen. Autumn Pillar going to come in here with runners on 2nd and 3rd. How's the game? So far, so good. Been a lot of we're seeing a lot of action from the Pacific Theater. How am I doing, Brian? Here, let me see if the Mariners won today or not, and I'll let you know real quick. I'm doing fucking terribly. In case you were wondering. Doing terrible. The Mariners have lost 3 straight series, including getting swept by the Phillies. So, you know, I just want to die, basically. All right, Autumn Pillar, the rookie.
Number 66.
Maybe one of the biggest spots that she's seen all year. Gonna come in to face the former Cascadia Kodiak, Adriana De Matteo. Really big spot for the rookie Pillar. Gonna try and be a pillar of this bullpen right now. Got to get Mateo to 2 strikes as quickly as possible with that whiffer trait.
Nope, that's low.
His 2 straight balls will not help the cause.
That's foul. That's down.
Trying not to walk the 9-hole batter. Oh, a pick by Pillar on a comebacker. A great defensive play to end the inning and strand the tying runs on second and third. What a scoop there. Do I have a replay of that in time? Let's take another look at that one. Wow. That very easily could have been the winning or the game getting tied up. Let's have another look at that one. I mean, that's coming back at her pretty fast too. Just gets her glove out there. That probably, I mean, Johansson positioned well right of second base there. Definitely saves a run, if not 2. Good fielding. We love a PFP right there.
Now in the game, number 60.
Jimmy Hirata will stay in. Takeda has a walk, a strikeout, and a pop out. He will look at strike 1 again, 90 miles an hour down the middle, and he will ground this one back to Hirata. God fucking damn, Takeda. A lot of really weird swings from the top of the Kodiak's order so far today. A lot of chasing out of the zone. Here's a line drive. Wow, and that's a great play by Jamal El-Mehdi out there and left. Steals a hit from Katabura. And the top of the Kodiak's order trying not to go 1, 2, 3 for the second consecutive time. Kodiaks need more than this from the top of their batting order. That is for sure. Ground ball, and this one, speaking of a seeing eye single, there is one from Kellen Zuniga. Brings up Julie Mao. Any insurance would be a gift here for the Kodiaks versus a Spectres team that always seems to put up a lot of runs anytime these two face.
Nope, no.
Jamal played a lot of games out in left field for the Kodiaks. He is not that is not unfamiliar territory for him out there. Ooh, a questionable strike 3 called at the top of the zone. Mao doesn't like it. That's a mojo down for her, despite having 2 hits this game. Whatever. Anyway, last hope now for the Spectres. Yeah, he played both corners. Shift. Last hope now for the Spectres. It's the top of their batting order. Poppy Pips as Autumn Pillar continues to struggle to find the zone. Her second 3-ball count and as many plate appearances from batters as she walks. Poppy Pips on 4 pitches. Throw it. I would like to see Autumn Pillar throw some strikes. Poppy Pips a fast runner. Would not be surprised to see them let her go here. Chris Hannell, not a great arm behind the dish, more of an offensive catcher.
Off the plate.
Line drive sent out to the gap past the diving glove of Johansson. The lead is cut in half. The tying run is over there at second. Autumn Pillar walks a batter and then gives up an RBI double. It's just never, you can never rely on this Kodiak bullpen to do anything. Tying run now at third base for the man with the all-time RBI record, Jamal El-Mehdi. Infield playing in, outfield playing deep for the slugger El-Mehdi. Pillar clearly pitching around him here. On 2 strikes, this would be a massive strikeout for Pillar. And with the infield playing in, Autumn Pillar has blown the save. This gets by the diving grab of Mao. It was a little blooper.
Number 2.
And that will be the end of Autumn Pillar's day. Kodiak bullpen blows another game.
Now batting.
I have to leave her in. If this is going to extras, I have to leave her in. I have to leave her in. I can't leave her in. I can't leave her in. I literally cannot leave her in.
Number 58.
This team is just so frustrating, man. I just can't, like, this is the most frustrating 19-win team I've ever seen in my entire life. Fairy Nuffers has a 3-for-3 day, trying to make it 4. They're going to send the runner. Here's the throw from Hanel. Not in time. Gunned down at second is Elmedi. And, wow. Just like that. Is this going to bang off Mama Bear or is... Okay, Zamboni's going to make that catch. Spectres stay alive. They're going to force the Kodiaks to try and walk this one off. They're going to leave in Jimmy Hirata versus Johansson, who already has a home run off of him. A extremely questionable decision from the Spectres versus the hottest hitting batter in the Western Hemisphere, if not all of baseball, and Kola Johansson. And they are going to pay dearly. It's 2 home runs for Kola Johansson, and she will walk off the Spectres. Wow. 452, no doubt about that. Just what were the Spectres thinking with that, leaving in Jimmy Hirata? I mean, my goodness, home run number 11 for Johansson. Yeah, Johansson, not afraid of no ghost, as so called by my good friend, Mr. Game and Shout. Shout, are you going to be about ready to go, by the way? We only got 10 minutes. Or are you, what's your ETA? Dude, I cannot believe, if I was a Spectres fan, I would be absolutely screaming at leaving Jimmy Hirata in there. Farchamp Zamboni did not get a hit, by the way. I got free early and I'm locking in now. Okay, cool. Yeah, as always, folks, by the way, there's a ton of channel point redemptions for you to use. You can alter the next home run call. You can do a player deep dive. You can rename a player. We can watch another team of your choice. Just as a reminder, I don't really see people using those anymore for whatever reason, but they are still available. Kola Johansson, a 2 home run game and a double. Okay, are any of these games coming up ones I would like to watch? Not particularly. I mean, Engineers at Reapers could be good, but I think we're just going to go straight into Kodiaks versus Foresters. Who's pitching for the Bushrangers? Man, I'm going to be real. The Bushrangers are playing really bad. Butters Buchanan is pitching for the Bushrangers. Unfortunately, the Bushrangers, like, suck. The Bushrangers are really, really bad. If we take a look at the season standings, they are 9-21. They have the worst record in baseball. They are unfortunately a completely hapless team right now. Yeah, so I would kindly suggest, if anybody does request that we watch another team, it is not the Brisbane Bushrangers. Yo, what's up, Hockey Babbler? Thank you for the raid. I appreciate that. Welcome in, everybody. Okay, folks, we will be right back. I'm gonna run some ads while I get everything set up here. Coming on to join us on the mic is going to be our second guest co-commentator. in fake baseball history, it'll be Mr. Game and Shout. And coming up, we will have the Foresters. We're going to have the Foresters at the Kodiaks, or I believe the Kodiaks at the Foresters for a very tight divisional matchup between the two top teams in the Pacific Northwest. I will be right back while I get this set up. Check this out. So we're going to go back over to this screen. Oh, wrong one. We're going to go over to this screen. And now look at this. Boom. Love it. There we go. Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back, everybody. I am so happy to introduce you all to our next co-commentator here on Fake Baseball, Mr. Game and Shout. Shout, how you doing? Welcome.
I am good. I am excited. I am woefully underprepared because I'm not a baseball expert. I'm not a fake baseball expert, but I got peanuts and I got Cracker Jacks and I'm feeling locked in.
Let's go.
So we're gonna do this.
So happy
I
to.
realize I should hold those where they can be seen. Oh,
I mean,
God.
I'm excited.
Anyway.
I'm excited to have you on solely because I swear every single time something interesting happens in the baseball game or there's some development, I look over at chat and you have some quip that's just so clever or funny or interesting. So I'm looking forward to this. And we have a great game to get us started as well. Let me sim the rest of these really quick. We're going to have a divisional matchup between the red-hot Victoria Foresters. We just saw them, I'm not going to say destroy Kyoto, but their offense looked really good on the back of Plaid Rasputin.
That, Vicky's greatest yeet machine right there is Rah Rah Rasputin, and that was some incredible, just right from the get-go too.
Oh, sorry, folks. Ad break is almost over. Sorry about that.
Oh, no.
Oh, I know. Ads will be
If
over.
only they were subbing to bryonato. It's right there. The button's right there.
Shout, who is your favorite fake baseball team anyway?
I, being a longtime design and engineering nerd, the engineers are close to my heart. That is where almost all of my character renames so far have been directed.
Most of your character renames are Star Trek characters as well, am I right?
Yes, that is the other joke is that Montgomery Scott and Miles O'Brien are both engineers from Star Trek, so engineers players being renamed to that. However, another one of my renames, Bangarang Orangutan, seems to be doing some real numbers on the mound.
Oh,
this
Bangarang!
season.
I'm not gonna lie. Bangarang Orangutan, I had incepted the idea in my head that I was the one that came up with that. So I had
that one's mine, and he's real now. I got the badge for him and everything.
That is awesome. That is so cool. Well, I have to say, we have a pretty exciting game for your first game. I mentioned it being, the red hot Victoria Foresters, but also there's going to be it's going to be pretty interesting for the Kodiaks as well. For folks that don't know, Pascal Noir, in her second season with the Kodiaks, leads all of baseball in home runs allowed. She has allowed 12 home runs through 7 starts. She only allowed 5 home runs in her rookie season. What's notable about this, however, is I posted about this in Discord a little bit earlier. Let me see if I can find it quickly. Oh my gosh, this is actually really hard to scroll through. Anyway, well, what I mean to say is that Pascal Noir recently had a player development option that increased her velocity rating by 16. So she's going to be throwing way harder now. She's also juiced. So I'm hoping that this is the turnaround that we need for Pascal Noir's season. We will find out. We're going to be up against the lefty Tyler Brandt. And this is a divisional matchup between the 2 top teams in the Pacific Northwest, so it should be good.
Now, Brian, I want to interject you right here, because this is something I see you do at the start of every game. I don't understand how you put a lineup together for a batting rotation. So what are some of the things you're looking at here? Help me learn a little bit more about baseball in general.
I would love to do that. So yeah, a batting order is can make or break you. Normally it's totally possible that if your guys are firing on are all hitting at different times, it's kind of like the how do I describe this? There's definitely a philosophy for how you make a batting order. Your leadoff guy, you generally is sometimes your best hitter, sometimes is a guy that maybe has a lot of speed, somebody that's really good at getting on base. Your number 2 batter is generally speaking going to be your best hitter in the lineup, because there's a pretty high chance that they're going to have that leadoff guy in front of them, maybe again with a lot of speed. If they're able to slug the ball, hit extra bases, away for them to score. Your 3-hole guy is generally going to be a power bat, somebody with a lot of thump, maybe a little bit of swing and miss. A guy that can hit home runs, because the assumption is that at least one of your first 2 guys is going to get on. Your fourth batter, this is the cleanup batter. So this is the first person to come up to bat behind your first three. And generally speaking, your first three batters are going to be three of your best hitters. And so, yeah, you really want somebody reliable that you can count on to drive in runs. Cleanup usually means like cleaning up the base paths, right?
Sure.
Driving people in. Yeah, so you really... and then as we get more down to the heart of the rotation, order is less important. But for me specifically, I like to have a lot of home run power, especially in like the 4, 5, and 6 spots. Another place that you might talk about is the 9-hole batter. This is the last batter that you'll have come up before the lineup turns over and the top of your lineup comes up. So if you can have guys down here that are able to like work counts, get on base, find a base hit here and there, that can be super important for your best lineups that come up at the top of the order. So there's a lot of different philosophies that you can apply to a batting order at any given time. I'm generally trying to find like a mix and match of people that are going to be able to like are going to be able to get on. I'm generally trying to find people that can get on base and then people that can drive him in, kind of like in like just constantly in order. So with this Kodiak lineup in particular, it's a lineup that's driven by slugging power. So a lot of the batters are going to have same looks. Another thing to consider, I guess, as far as like different looks that batters give hitters is batter handedness. So especially versus a lefty. Normally, I would have Julie Mao batting cleanup, but she is a left-handed batter versus a left-handed pitcher. You generally want to avoid that sort of thing. It's much easier to bat against pitchers that are opposite-handedness because they'll be throwing across their body rather than kind of throwing at the batter. So for that reason, I'm going to move Kolo Johansson into the cleanup spot. And I don't want two lefties back-to-back, so I'm going to swap Antoine Goldsmith, who is a switch hitter, which means you can bat from both sides in between the two of them to kind of break that up. So that way, like if I look at the order, I'm going right-hander, which is nice versus a lefty. Switch, right-hander, lefty, switch, right-hander. So only two lefties in the lineup versus a left-handed pitcher. Hopefully going to give us a lot of success there. Anyway, there's my super way too long-winded answer for how does a batting order work as we will hop into this first game. Hopefully that answered your question. Sorry about that. That got
no, it did. Like, it's this engine that you're trying to set up so that like things are firing off of each other and it's working together like that.
Precisely.
That makes a lot of sense.
Precisely.
How is Newt doing, by the way? I know that we're still waiting on.
She's still about 2 games out. Still about 2 games out. Newt Gizmo. Yeah, I mean, second Kodiak batter to injure themselves with a dislocated shoulder on a diving play. It's been some tough injury luck for the Yaks. Valdemiro Takeda being the first of, probably the main spot in our poor injury luck. He has just not looked the same since he went down with an inflamed Achilles earlier. And as I say that, he'll swing at the first pitch. Bang! It's a first pitch go-ahead home run for Valdemiro Takeda. How's that for a welcome to the broadcast shout?
Good gravy. That is... well, it's either all downhill from here or we are in for a hell of a game.
Please clip that, by the way, folks. My goodness, what a shot there from Takeda. I love being shut up like that by one of my players. And now the big man, Uday Katabura, steps into the box. Man, what a way to get us started. I'm just beside myself.
That energy is just fantastic. I didn't even have time to open up my Cracker Jacks. Oh, my God. I'm still
you got to get going with that.
I know. I was freaking trying to catch up with Tommy on that one.
So here's the full count to Katabura. He's got some hard contact in a few of these pitches. This is a good at-bat as he will walk as he has done hundreds of times before. So a home run and a walk allowed by the lefty Tyler Brandt so far. Ground ball. Okay. Medallion Stalwart, the rookie second baseman, chooses to just catch that line drive. That would have been a dangerous double play ball had he decided to play that on a hop. And now Kolo Johansson, her batting average is up to 400. She's coming off a multi-home run game in which she walked off the Soul Specters in the bottom of the 7th. Strikes out here. A little wave and a miss on a curveball off the plate. Now one of the few lefties in the lineup here for the Kodiaks now. It's Julie Mao. Julie Mao gonna
Oh, here we
send
go.
one to the stands herself.
Beautiful.
Another towering blast out to right field. She pulls this one almost to the second deck. Kodiaks put up 3 early. A pair of home runs from Takeda and Mao.
95.
Knocking him back and letting him fly this game.
Have them up big. Kodiaks are happy to see you, Shout. I don't know what else to say.
Hey, I'll take it.
I'll take it too. That's for sure. I talked a little bit about how, the Kodiak offense has been slumping, I would say, for a few games now.
You
Great.
wouldn't know it from the top of the first. Good Lord.
Would love to declare that slump over, personally. So now here's the DH and the leadoff batter for the Foresters, Ishwar Khan, an all-star nominee, by the way. Have you got your all-star ballot in yet, Shout?
I did actually. Got that sorted last night.
Oh, very cool.
Looking forward to that game coming up.
Ooh, 102 from Pascal? Okay, we were wondering what we were going to see from her in this kind of new look. How about a 102-mile-an-hour strikeout?
Killing me on my snacks. I'm fine.
Yeah, don't choke on those peanuts and Cracker Jacks.
I'm good, really. Oh boy, here we go.
Yeah, and here's Plaid Rasputin. Last time we saw this guy, he hit a solo shot in Kyoto. He was the star, probably the biggest free agent that got picked up in the offseason, as he's going to ground it to Zuniga. Pascal Noir goes 1-2-3, and Kodiaks are up 3. That was a quiet first inning from the Foresters.
That was, not much of a response from them after the work that the Kodiaks did, and now they are back for more.
And here's a guy I'd like to see get going, Farchamp Zamboni. Been struggling a lot. Did get on base and break his on baseless streak last game with a walk. He's had a lot of swing and miss lately, Farchamp. A lot of strikeouts. Currently on pace for over 50 strikeouts on the year, and as I say that, he goes down swinging again. He's still trying to figure out his midseason slump.
Number 25.
Brings up the DHing today, the big thumper, Raleigh Forte.
Hey, there we go.
He'll swing at the first pitch he sees. Serves that one up into center field.
The catcher.
One on, one out.
My man, Chris.
That's your man, Chris Hanel. Batting in the 9-hole, he's the catcher today. He's been seeing a lot more action with Newt Gizmo, as you mentioned, on the injured list. Usually very good versus left-handed pitching. He's going to roll over on this one, and it looks like Foresters are going to go around the horn here. They will turn 2. Forte and Hanel, neither of them fast runners.
Good defensive work from them.
Yeah, good defensive play from them. We saw in that game versus Kyoto as well. It's a good defense for the Foresters, no doubt about that. I have loved what I have seen from Noir so far, and broken bat.
Oh!
Jeez Louise, let's take another look at that one on the instant replay. A broken bat. I mean, she just pounded that fastball on the inside edge, and
Holy moly!
had to frankly dodge the bat there. I mean, look at the shrapnel sent back at Noir, able to navigate that. An easy pick and sends it back over to first. My goodness, looking like Mariano Rivera out there breaking bats.
Number 6.
Mar seems totally unfazed by that, heading into Rojas.
Mao, routine play. Mao starting out in shortstop for the Kodiaks. Usually a third baseman Mao, but again, with that injury to Newt Gizmo, it's been a different defensive alignment for the Yaks. Johansson at second base, Mao at short, and the rookie Goldsmith at third. As Mar is trying to make this 2 innings and 20 pitches. Here's the 2-2. A drive out to right, ranging is Katabura. He makes the grab. Nice jump on the ball. Nice read by the big man out there in right. 2 scoreless innings from this new look Pascal Noir. As Valdemiro Takeda, he just hit number 5 on the year. He comes back up to the plate for his second plate appearance. Wow, he's going to swing at the first pitch. This one will stay in the yard. It's going to hang up. He just got underneath it. But those are a couple of big swings from the center fielder. My goodness.
It's going to give the Foresters some uncomfortable flashbacks.
Oh, and a lot of first pitch swinging here from the Axe and a lot of high flies. We have a redemption from Derek MK in chat. shout. Next time there is a home run hit, we have to refer to it as an absolute hot dog of a hit.
Okay.
That from Derek MK.
On to that.
So here's Kellen Zuniga, switch hitting first baseman. Been a real streaky up and down season for him as he's going to ground out to Stalwart there. Side is retired in order, not without a little bit of noise.
Now, question we've got coming in from the viewers: the theming that we have here at the Foresters Park with whales and oceans. What's the story?
Well, you
with
see,
that?
they play in Victoria, BC, which is an island just off the coast of British Columbia, Canada. Gorgeous place. It really looks a lot like this ballpark. Like, I know this is fake baseball and all, but Victoria, BC really does look a lot like this. So it's more based on the location of the city, not so much the theming. And if you look out there in the outfield, there's a lot of trees. Foresters fans, #tree. Stepping up to the plate now is Seppo Heikkinen, the Flying Finn, former Cascadia Kodiak, by the way, won a world championship with the Axe in seasons 10 and 12, playing center field for him. Playing left field now for the Foresters as he comes to bat after the leadoff batter. I didn't see who that was, but it was a leadoff double. Here's a ground ball to Zuniga. He's going to flip it to Noir, makes the grab. Nice, no funny business there. Does advance the runner now, a productive out. What's up, L Dragon 0? 9-hole batter now, the rookie, Medallion Stalwart. This falls right in front of Hanel. He looks back, the runner on third, and throws over to first. Nice defensive play. Definitely a gift. As the lineup turns over, here is All-Star nominee Ishwar Khan. You can vote for him to go to the All-Star game as a second baseman. Type !ASG to access the ballot. Gets jammed. Kind of fallen into no man's land, but wow, Julie Mao, a long run back out there into the outfield grass. She will make that catch.
All over it.
Noir
And that
looking
triggers
good.
Another revolution as we go into a new one.
Need to turn you up a little bit. Give me 1 second here.
Okay.
Shout. I love that everybody was talking about you being so loud. And chat, I'm turning up Mr. Game and Shout, so if he becomes too loud on the stream, I just need to be able to hear him better. Please let me know how the audio
The
audience
audience
is
is
doing.
now deaf.
Yeah, you know what? I think I will just drop the decibels like a couple there. Mr. Loud is quiet, never. Somehow it's my game volume is a little bit too loud for me, I think is the main issue there, so I have to find a way to make that balance work. Mao, she hit a home runner last time up. Her average over 300 now on the year. And what a turnaround it has been to her season. After a scuffling start, she will reach base twice now on this game. Brings up the rookie Goldsmith. 1 on, 1 out. What's up, Chaotic Good Jay?
Tiny Toons reference? No, very bad Chinese communism puns in this case. If I'm talking about Mao out there, that's almost certainly the source of the humor.
Julie Mao, of course, named after the Expanse character, Julie Mao.
Oh my God, I'm an idiot. All right, different set of jokes. I'm with you now. Okay, I can roll with that. Oh.
And a fly out to left from far champs.
Polishing off Zamboni.
Polishing off Zamboni there. That's a good one. I like that.
Thank you.
Now crack shots Pumoni. This guy, Shout, is a Kodiak killer. The Foresters being divisional rivals, you see a lot of them over the course of the season, and crack shots Pumoni has tortured the Axe ever since he came into the league. Comes up to the plate, locked in as well, and a right-handed batter will definitely be difficult for Noir to contend with. How about 102? He goes chasing out of the zone. It's another strikeout for Noir, and here is going to be her biggest challenge of the game, Plaid Rasputin. Oh, Mao, a diving stop. Can she fire over to first in time?
Oh.
No.
Safe.
A great defensive play, but just a little bit late. Let's take another look at that one. It was a shot out to short. A great diving stop from Mao, but Just not quite the throw in time. That was some good hustle from Rasputin as well, I have to say. Usually not a
Man is
fast runner,
weapon
but
all around.
yeah, able to get that in time and cleanly. Wow, nice infield single there from Rasputin. He can beat you in a lot of ways. Nice curveball in there for a strike. Haven't seen too much of the curveball yet from Noir. She'll play this one herself. She is going to let Rasputin get in there at second, but will record the out where it is over there at first. Runner in scoring position now for the veteran third baseman and future Hall of Famer Petrus Rojas. He'll swing at the first pitch he sees, another curveball.
Like the mojo on half of the Foresters is down at tense, just looking at Noir up there.
Yeah, and he will go down on 3 pitches. Noir makes easy work of Petrus Rojas. Forrester has held scoreless through 3 here. This new look Pascal, through 4 rather. I'm really loving this new look Pascal Noir. As here is the DH again for Ale Forte back at the plate. Tyler Brandt pitching into the 5th here. Despite giving up 3 runs early, he's kept the Kodiaks really, really quiet.
He managed to get his head back on him after that first inning.
Yeah, it was that really wild first inning, but since then, not a lot of action for the Kodiaks. Another ground ball right back to Rasputin. He's staying busy. Valdomiro Takeda has seen 2 pitches all game from Brandt. One of them a home run, another one basically a warning track flyout. He'll finally take a pitch. And how about 2 in a hitter's count now? Here's the 2-0. Steals a strike with that inside 2-seam. Impatient. Takeda, normally a very aggressive batter at the plate, did not swing the bat once. He'll work a walk ahead of the best hitter in baseball, Uday Katabura. Only 3 stolen bases on the year from Takeda. He hasn't really gotten a lot of opportunities to steal. Would be a tough task versus the lefty Brandt here, but let's see if they let him run. Here's the 3-0 to Katabura. He swings 3-0. It would have been a strike. We've seen a lot of 3-0 swinging from Katabura. And now back in the count is Brandt. And back-to-back walks. Issued.
Just when I was saying he put it back together.
Back-to-back walks issued by Brandt. That is going to end his day. Chip Hazard going to come in now. Right-handed starter reliever. We are not... Okay, never mind. I guess we're stealing third. My bad. Whatever. Sure. Fine. Normally I would just restart the game if that happened, but it's just like... Fine, man. If you're going to get in there safe. Yeah, he ignored the second base coach there. So
He thought it was a good idea.
Yeah, Zuniga's struggles continue. He will ground out there. We're not. Sorry. The CPU is doing some silly stuff right now. We are not going to put in the injured Newt Gizmo at first base as a defensive replacement. That is
that is a decision.
That is a decision that you can make. That personally I would not make. If people are just joining us for Fake Baseball for the first time, I don't have a lot of control over what actually happens in the game, even though I am managing the team from the spectator position. So I do have to force close the game and reopen it in order to kind of negate some of these decisions. Sorry, I keep cutting you off, Shout. Yeah.
No, you're good. The question is, we're getting back into the game. I've noticed as I'm looking at player stats, you've got the stat bars, you got the blue line, you got the white line.
Mm-hmm.
It looks like white is sort of where it would normally sit, or sorry, blue is where it would normally sit, and white is where it is at the moment.
Correct. Yes.
Newt again.
Yeah, we're just whatever, man. It's gonna turn into a thing where I have to restart the game 30 times. So we're just gonna let it play out. She is strained, not weak. That is playable. I would count that as playable. That's fine. It's just not a decision I would make in the interest of keeping the show moving forward. I'm just going to let that one happen, basically. Kind of like the same way with the Takeda steal. But yeah, the white line is where they're sitting normally. If you see any gap in between that white line and where the blue is, that's how much their stats are down based on where they normally sit. So you see a great example of this on both sides between Noir and Heikkinen, where Noirs are over where they normally are, and Heikkinen's are
Between
below
Juice
that.
And Lockman.
Yeah, Heikkinen, a good plate approach there on 2 outs. Just stays behind that fastball, sends it back up into center field. He'll find his first hit of the ball game. 2 on, 1 out now for the 9-hole batter, the rookie, Medallion Stalwart. Second baseman for the Foresters. A pretty efficient game so far from Pascal. Definitely benefiting from the velo increase and the juiced. Players being juiced, a random event. Just happens periodically throughout the season. And runner will go on the full count now. Ooh, freezes him. A knee buckler. Cutter, 95 at the bottom of the zone. A lot of strikeouts today for Pascal. She has pitched 5 innings of scoreless baseball.
Well, when you're throwing at the speed of night, it's not hard to stop people in their tracks.
That's good. I feel like you should just let all the questionable... See how bad it gets? I have. And that's why I don't do that anymore, Copocracy. Kola Johansson is unstoppable.
Oh my God!
Her 4th home run in 3 games. 12 home runs on the year for Kola, a league-leading 12 home runs.
And the fans are popping off for that one.
Absolutely they are. She will go the opposite way for number 12 on the year. It is for Okodiaks. I would have screamed if that doinked off. I don't know that we've ever seen a hitter doink off of both foul poles.
Right, because she just had that last game.
Exactly, in the same stream, let alone the same season. Mao goes fishing for a ball in the dirt. Was that a... Oh, she will mojo down.
Oh, the hot dog call.
Oh, shit! The hot dog call.
Dang it.
We blew it. I was just... that next one, next time. That's my bad. I just can't believe Kola Johansson. We were thinking about soda, not hot dogs.
Just trying to get to the concession stand before they close down here.
Pretty much. I couldn't have said it better myself, Shout. So coming up to plate now is Farchamp Zamboni. His batting average continues to plummet as his midseason slump continues. Like the patient approach here, he looks at 2 straight balls. He hasn't even swung the bat yet. The 2-2 from Chip Hazard. Another strikeout for Zamboni. He is tense again. Man. Really having a tough time here in his sophomore season. So 3rd time through the order now for the Foresters. They have been held scoreless here through 5. Working into the 6th inning for the first time all year, Shout, is Pascal Noir. This is easily her best outing. Ooh, and she gets Khan on 3 pitches. Pulls the string on the curveball. He's way out in front of it, and down he goes.
What are the odds we see her solo this game?
I would say a complete game is not out of the question. I would be surprised. Not out of the question, though, by any means. Efficient at-bats like this, though, will help. That's a couple of 3-pitch outs for Noir. So if she keeps her pitch count below 80 this inning, totally possible we can see her stretch this into a complete game. That's another 3-pitch out. Wow. Can anybody do a baseball? Here, you know what? Let me pull. Can anyone do a fake baseball reference check? Let me know how many complete games Pascal Noir had last season, if any.
I can pull that up here.
I appreciate that.
Find.
Kodiak's with a 4-0 lead. Any insurance would be helpful for them with their bullpen being as unreliable as it has been, but a pretty
Wait, is Noir a rookie this season?
No, this is her 2nd season.
Okay.
Yeah. She was a rookie in season 19.
Oh, I'm looking at the wrong tab here.
Oh, you were looking at the batters, and she's a pitcher. I've done that.
No, I was looking at the... All right, hold on a second.
Decatur's reached twice today, has a home run and a walk, as well as a loud flyout. Chip Hazard, Forster's getting a lot of length out of him here.
It looks like Mar did have 1 complete game last season.
Cool, so it could be only her 2nd complete game. And is Takeda heating up? This is his 2nd multi-hit game in 3 games. Some speed on the base paths now ahead of Katabura. Couple of line drives here.
I'll get it to second easy.
And Newt Gizmo going to get a plate appearance.
The first baseman.
Despite the injury, poor girl. Again, not what I would have much rather seen Kellen Zuniga in this spot, but alas, the rookie working through an injury here is going to ground out to Stalwart, who will make the tag himself. Pascal Noir going to get a chance at only her second ever complete game.
I love seeing history in the making.
It'll be a tall order versus the heart of the Foresters order here, 4, 5, and 6. Mercedes Palomar, she is having a career worst year trying to get her season back on track.
Her arm is still there and her head is still there.
Got Palomar on 2 strikes. The pitch, swing and a miss.
Wow.
Another punchy for Noir as she keeps rolling up against the lefty
Wait,
now
was-
in Rojas. Love a first pitch strike. Wow. Couple of 2-strike counts here for Noir. How do you take that? Good pitch, good take. Back-to-back punchies here for Noir. Getting some cheers from the
Unbelievable.
dugout. Here we go. Looking for the first complete game of her season, and what a bounce back this has been. Oh, it's 3 straight balls to Villanueva.
Oh, no.
She'll walk him on 4 pitches. Will they leave her in? Kodiaks are going to leave her in. Already starting off better than the last at-bat.
I like that count.
Mm-hmm. On 2 strikes is Scarelli. Definitely a swing and miss guy. Has a lot of power. Got to go right after him, especially if you're out of
For that
home run
one.
range here. Gets him swinging. It's a
There we
complete
go!
game. A complete game shutout.
You love to see it, and the Bears take an absolute shit on the woods with that 4-0 win over the Foresters.
Could not have said it better myself, shout. Pascal Noir, 8 strikeouts, 7 innings pitched, only 3 hits and a walk allowed. Hopefully that's the start of the rest of her season. An outstanding showing from Pascal
That was
Noir.
an amazing pitching performance.
A lot of home runs for the Kodiaks as well. Good pitching, good hitting. The Kodiaks somehow improved to 21-10. Kind of unbelievable. And let's see, I'm looking at, did an ad run, by the way? I think an ad run at the end of that game. That's too bad. And Piggy wants to watch the Voyagers at the Jags. They're up against the Jags next, I think. Then after that, the Bomberos down to watch either. Let's take a look at these. Oh, Corsa at Bomberos. I'm going to go with Corsa at Bomberos right there, I think, Piggy. That's going to be our next game, Mr. Game and Shout.
Okay.
So let's preview this game a little bit. This is the number 2 team in Southern Heat, Los Bomberos de Santo Domingo, up against Corsa Palermo, who currently lead the entire Eastern Hemisphere. They are the hot team in the East right now, and the number 1 team in a very competitive Eurovision right now. They have multiple All-Stars nominated. Again, if you want to vote on the All-Star ballots, you can do so there. Corsa Palermo, not only do they have one of the best pitching staffs in all of baseball, but they're having a breakout season from a couple of guys on their lineup. Taking a look at some of their pitching staffs, I mean, that's a lot of the first thing I'm pointing out is that's a lot of 2s. If you have south of a 3 ERA, you are having an outstanding season. They have, 1, 2, 3, 4 guys doing that.
Yeah.
They have been really, really consistent. We're going to get to see, I believe it's Jacinto Baptista on the bump. I'm not entirely sure. And then on the offensive side of things, they got a couple nominated All-Stars. First of all, Egon Cosma, the third baseman in his 3rd year, having an absolute breakout season. He's OPSing over 1,000. And then probably my favorite player in the Eastern Hemisphere right now, Vijay Ramdeen. Off-season acquisition from them. Played 5 seasons with the Blowies. Now over them playing corner outfield, and he is having a breakout year. 7 home runs. Him and Egon combining for 13 combined. So not only are they shutting everybody out, they are hitting the shit out of the ball. should be a good matchup versus a Bomberos team that has a couple of all-star nominees themselves. Let's just hop right into this one, Shout. Let's see, what would be a fun prediction to run with this one, I wonder.
I have absolutely nothing.
I know
I'm still trying to figure out what the team mascots are. I don't know enough about the game.
Oh, so Corsa Palermo is they're an Italian team. Corsa is Italian for racing, so they're basically racing Palermo.
Gotcha.
Los Bomberos, that means firefighters.
Okay.
So, yes, the Santo Domingo firefighters basically is what that is. Anyway, let's hop into it. I don't know baseball, fake or real. I do know Eurovision. Let's go. One of my favorite names I came up with for one of the divisions. Yeah, always happy to answer questions about baseball. Shout's been great about that so far. Noir keeps your ledger in the black with that one. That's great. Let's not forget the hot dog call this time either.
Yes. Yep. I've got that over here in my notes.
Let's go total runs scored this game. This is a couple teams with good pitching stats, but also good lineups. So let's go total runs scored this game. Will we see, let's go 1 to 4. We will go 5 to 7 or 7+ runs scored here in this game. I'm only going to keep this prediction open for a minute. Prediction is live now, by the way, for how you want to spend your hard-earned Dargy Dots. So here we are in the Dominican Republic. It is Corsa Palermo, the top team in the East, up against Los Bomberos.
Santo Domingo hoping to pour some cold water on Corsa's season.
Indeed, they are. Off to a good start here on a 2-0 count. Corsa will ground out, and here's the former Cascadia Kodiak, Sunday Calabasas. Second baseman. I have to say, I definitely give the edge to Corsa in this game. They're going to have, wow, what a great stop by the shortstop, Barnett. A diving play to steal a hit away from Sunday Calabasas. I thought for sure that was a base hit right there, but they will keep them off the hit column. It says Tamarino Mescal normally starting over there at short. They have Dave Barnett in there, probably opting for his bat. Here's another ground ball fielded by the all-star nominee Novak. She'll take that herself. That's a quick 1-2-3. Shout, I was about to talk about how I felt Palermo had the edge, considering that they have Jacinto Bautista on the bump versus Ruben Walsh, who's coming into the game with a 7 ERA. But, man, he just went 1-2-3 against the top of their order. And here's a base hit down the first base line. It squeaks by the glove of the Corsa first baseman. It's a leadoff single for Yoba Palomito in his third year. And here is one of the hottest hitting first basemen in baseball, Elia Novak, the veteran. Batting from the left side, power versus right-handed pitching activated. She'll have increased power versus the right-handed Jacinto. Some speed on first base as well. Palomito can run. Here is a drive.
Whoa!
Out to center. It's a deep center field. Oh, and it just hangs up at the warning track. Novak gonna head back to the dugout and the weight room after that one.
Heartbreaker.
I thought it was gonna be a hot dog. Not quite. Not quite a hot dog, Derek. Yeah, actually, I'd love to hear from chat. Who do you want to win this game? If you want Corsa Palermo to win, put in the team hashtag Let's Go Racing. If you want to see Los Bomberos win, put in the team hashtag Fire with Fire.
Oh, sneaks past.
Sneaks past off the glove of Sunday Calabasas. Able to knock that one down. Holds the runner over at second. And now he made that outstanding defensive play to prevent a hit back in the first. Here's Dave Barnett, the shortstop, former New York favorite. RBI man activated for him. I mentioned how he's starting at short versus instead of Tamarindo, probably because of his bat. Calabasas going to flip over to Tuscadero. Does not get the throw in time. It is a fielder's choice. Barnett able to prevent the double play with his legs there. Runners on the corners, 2 outs now for Garrett. Something that I think is the most difficult about commentating fake baseball, Shout, and I talked about this a bit with Tommy, is the pace that this moves at. I feel like baseball, you're
Yes.
used to, baseball is known for commentators shooting the shit, a lot of downtime in between
Right.
plays. This game goes.
Deep philosophical discussions.
Philosophical discussion. This game rolls. It is difficult to keep up with the sheer pace of it.
It's like the pitch clock is on the 2000s era steroids.
Palomito, another man. Some good defense here from the Bomberos.
Number 14.
I'm happy to see it. I mean, again, as an Engineers fans, I wouldn't care who wins as long as Corsa loses. So
That's right. You got some skin
my
in this
bias
one.
is plain on this one.
I didn't even think about that. As here's a shot. It's a short right field wall out there, and this is gone. An absolute hot dog of a hit here from
Had to
Corsa.
open my mouth, Bry.
Marlon Sanders is 4th of the year.
Now batting, the center fielder.
How about that? It's 1-0 Corsa. They are on the board first here versus Ruben Walsh. As his
Watching real
struggle.
baseball is like watching a podcast. Watching fake baseball is like watching a shonen anime. I am here for it, nerd.
That is awesome. Oh my goodness. A perfect
Wow.
bunt, I thought, from Robin Ruffner that just rolls foul. As Palomito, a diving grab is going to get him out at first on the subsequent pitch.
Designated hitter.
Just some real good defense on display here. I mean, Bomberos in particular are really, really good up the middle. This one will find its way through. Marina Berry starting out in left field. She'll pick that one up on a hop.
The first baseman. Number 4.
Palermo continuing to add on to that hit column here. Not going down quite so easily here in the second. 2-out knock for them. Those Crimson outfits are kind of fire. I mean, no bias as the person that designed both of these uniforms, but I love the Bomberos home uniforms. And I especially love Corsa Palermo's away uniforms. They look like racing suits to me. Like, they just look like a team of guys that are showing up to the racetrack rather than the baseball field, and I love that.
Now batting, the catcher. Number 3.
I got to say, looking at Ruben's pitching after Noir in that last game, and just the lack of velocity coming off of him.
And this is going to be a seeing eye single that rolls into the outfield so slowly that the runner is able to come around from second and score. It's 2-0.
I'm sorry, a what?
A seeing eye single.
What does that even mean?
It basically means like it's a slow rolling ground ball that has eyes on it, that's able to navigate its way around the infielders just barely. That's what that
Okay.
means. Yes.
Gotcha.
You might also hear a seeing eye single, also commonly called like a ground ball with eyes. Able to dodge the gloves of one of my favorite baseball terms. Now here's a fan favorite. Another former Cascadia Kodiak, the switch hitting center fielder Stoney Baloney.
You love to see her.
Love to see Stoney. The one of the few batters ever to get 100 hits in a single season. Also has the single season stolen base record with 43. She'll strike out there. Bottom of the order coming up now. Marina Berry. Left fielder. She's locked in. Tell you what, Shout, going to be a tall task for these Bomberos versus the pitching staff of Corsa. I just feel like if Corsa get any form of multi-run lead, their pitching is just so good, you're going to really have to claw stuff back. And I mean, as I say that, they're going to send the tying run to the plate now in the All-Star nominee, Sammy Delara. Another former Kodiak, he was a backup catcher with us for a while, is now the starting catcher for the Bomberos. He's having a career year, a 344 average. Interesting that Sammy Delara, named after the Delara racing chassis, facing the racing team of Corsa Palermo. As he will get a 1-out knock. It's another ground ball with eyes.
I swear you're making that up.
No, that is a real term. Shout, there is an official term in baseball called a toot bland, and you think I'm making that up?
No, actually, I don't. I genuinely don't. I'm still blown away.
Oh, and another base hit. It's the third.
Oh, there we go.
The third consecutive base hit for the Bomberos.
Okay.
And they are loaded up for Yobo Palomito. He's had a slow start to the year, but this young gun is coming off a 950 plus OPS season. He's got 6 home runs on the year. He could be heating up here for the Firefighters. And on a 2-0 count, he sends this deep. It is a grand slam. A grand slam for the Firefighters. They are back in this one in a big way.
Absolutely incredible. Santo Domingo bringing the heat. And this crowd is on fire.
Wow. I thought I was talking about how, I mean, I wasn't necessarily counting the Bomberos out. But it is well documented just how good Corsa's pitching has been, and how about a 4 spot from the young kid Palomito. A lot of people consider him to be the future superstar that's gonna, be a part of the next chapter for the Santo Domingo squad, and what better way to show that?
Meanwhile, Jacinto was looking unassailable and now taken out before the end of the second.
Wow. Yeah, I am shocked, personally. So now Corsa, they were up by 2. They will now face a 2-run deficit here versus Ruben Walsh. And Sunday Calabasas, he's going to put a sting on this. This is going to find the warning track dirt out there in left center. He'll lead off the inning with a double, so Corsa threatening immediately.
Nerd Piggy over there having the quintessential fake baseball experience. That was awesome. Wait my channel points.
Nerd Piggy, it has been having a tough time with the predictions lately, it seems, based on everything I could see.
Relatable.
Don't ever say run Tua again. So Egon Cosma, 6 home runs on the year for him, has a lot of power in that bat, having a breakout season in his 3rd year. Egon Cosma, named after a tertiary character in The Sopranos. You hear AJ Soprano refer to him offhand at least once or twice, and I thought, Egon Cosma, it's a great name. I'm going to name a fake baseball player after him. So
the lore for all of these, the fact that you can keep track of all of this lore is mind-blowing. I know that you have been running this for 20 seasons now, but it's genuinely incredible, bro.
I appreciate that so much. I'll be completely honest. It's kind of a constant battle with this. Like, I'm so passionate about it. I'm also aware that it's just like a simulated, fake, weird, made-up thing. And I think the voice that's constantly in my head is like, you're being annoying and cringe. You're being annoying and cringe. So I always really appreciate hearing positive comments about my enthusiasm and knowledge about all of this. So thank you, Shout.
Right. I spend my afternoons and evenings painting nuns with guns. I am the last person in the world who is going to pick on you for the passion and depth of knowledge that you bring to this. It makes it a joy to watch and a pleasure to be up here with you.
And as we're talking about that, Shout, I talked about how fast this game moves. Corsa has the bases loaded, and they just cut the lead down to 1. So now we're going to bring in Hub Sogi. Hub Sogi, I believe, was named by Nerd Piggy, if I recall. We were talking about, how a sub is called a hoagie sometimes. You reverse the first 2 letters, Hub Sogi. That's a baseball name right there. So bases loaded, 2 outs for the first baseman, Sun Lee Kim. He's also been having a great year, batting .400. A little ground ball, weakly dribbled over to the third baseman, who makes, an outstanding play from the third baseman, Zaylee Garrett. Let's take another look at that one on the instant replay. Zaylee Garrett covering a lot of ground, the barehanded grab and throw, just getting Sun Lee Kim in time to strand all 3 runners. One more look at that one. I wasn't really sure who was going to get that one. She makes the call.
Hard.
Yeah, that's a hard throw. Saves a run, keeps the Bomberos in the lead. Great play there.
The shortstop, number 25.
So now here's the shortstop, Dave Barnett. Again, I'm really surprised. The Bomberos must really like his bat, because he's starting at shortstop in place of Tamarindo Mezcal. Mezcal, a longtime veteran of this Bomberos squad, and is a guy that has a 99 fielding and 99 arm rating. He is quite literally the best defensive shortstop in baseball. So the fact that they have anybody starting over him at the most important defensive position on the field, or one of the most, I should say, is very surprising to me.
All right, 99. So I'm seeing this stat over in chat. 99 ABV. I'm guessing that's not alcohol by volume.
I think
baseball
Abba just
thing?
made that one up.
Okay.
Hmm.
I wouldn't know. Half of the stats that aren't made up are still made up.
So no, true. There are a lot of wild stats in baseball. That is for sure. 1, 2, 3 are going to go the Bombardos here. Tuscadero having no issue with that routine ground ball over there at short. 9, 1, and 2 coming up for Corsa.
The catcher.
Gorm, you're killing me.
They were able to crawl their way back into the run column with a bases loaded RBI single. Sean Buck coming up to the plate. Locked in. By the way, he swings 3-0. And now Hub Sogi's back in this count. Wow, Hub Sogi recovers from a 3-0 count to strike out Sean Buck swinging. He is going to be going back to the dugout, scratching his head on how he let that one get by him. As here is a ride out to right
It'll
field.
come down. It'll come down.
It is out of
Oh,
here.
no.
Cries of despair from my co-commentator as Corsa Palermo are back in this one.
Oh, it was beautiful, and I hate it at the same time.
A solo shot from Panini Tuscadero. We are all tied up here in this game. A great game brought to you by Nerd Piggy, by the way. Or I should say Durdley Hoggins, junior reporter, one of the fake baseball insiders.
Number 34.
Shout out Durdley for that one. And here's another sharply hit ball. This one sent into center field. BJ Ramdeen, he gets a hit on the day.
Oh, wait, is that 7 home runs so far? Did we hit that top level of prediction?
Oh, you're so right. We have 8 runs scored, so that's 7+ runs scored. Who was the only one person voted on this? Mr.
Yo.
Game and Shout, you are about to win big.
Ah! Finally! It was all worth. Oh my God, that's so many points.
Mr. Game and Shout, let me be the first to congratulate you on that victory
you.
as
Thank
this ball gets away from Sammy Delara, way away.
Oh, wow.
Has to stop that ball from rolling into the Corsa dugout. 2 runners in scoring position now for Marlon Sanders, who already has a home run in this game. As, boy, the wheels are falling off here for Hub Sogi.
The center fielder.
He's going to have to figure out how to serve one up Mike's way right here if he wants to get a strikeout. Oh, my gosh, the ball gets away.
no.
This is looking more like a Subway sandwich to me. Yikes. That is back-to-back wild pitches. Runner advances to third and then scores. Hub Sogi, what is happening to you, my friend?
Just cracking under the pressure. If this gets much worse, Santo Domingo is going to be praying to St. Jude.
Oh, and this one gets over the glove of Garrett as it rolls all the way into deep left field. It's a bases-clearing double. Corsa has roared their way back into this one. They trailed by 3. They trailed by 1. They now lead by 3 as it's 7-4 here in the top of the 4th. Hub Sogi. And an outing to forget for him. Wow. And they just keep coming.
Oh, it was looking so good until it wasn't.
A 4-run lead for Corsa.
First baseman.
Surely they are going to pull Hub Sogi.
Number 51.
A couple
I mean, at this point, Corsa is clearly running away with it and just torching Santo Domingo's hopes.
Yeah, we'll see if the Bombardos can, put out this fire, as you have said. They're going to bring in, going to be at the All-Star game, Amelie Framello, their best reliever. Probably a couple batters too late. She will strike out Sun Lee Kim, a 5 spot for the Scuderia right there. My goodness.
Number 23.
And okay, Bombardos.
Okay.
They get back
They're
up
not
to the
done.
plate. They are going to answer with a lead-off double. So runner in scoring position immediately as they will get back to work, trailing once again.
Trying to avoid a bit of a tub thumping. They get knocked down, but they get back up again, and you love to see it.
Off the glove of Tuscadero, not able to come up with it.
Oh, coming around. Yeah.
Runner comes around to score. The Bombardos answer back immediately. They are very much still in this game as here is the veteran right fielder, Vito Pennington, with a drive. Oh, it just hangs up. My goodness.
It looked like it had it.
It looked so good off the bat, Shout. I thought that was gone. I mean, I can't help but think of that Onion article, dumbass fan gets super hype out of routine flyout. As Yoba Palomita will ground into a double play there, and that will end the inning.
Absolutely prophetic.
Bombardos, they're chipping away. They get a run back, and they have their best reliever toeing the slab now in Amelie Framello. As she is looking for back-to-back strikeouts. How about that? What was that, Shout?
It's like towing the what?
Towing the slab. You see that little slab right there up on the mound?
Okay, gotcha.
They are towing the slab.
I thought you said Slav. Like, what does Eastern Europe have to do with this? That sounds like something that could be a TOS violation.
I have to agree, and that's 3 straight strikeouts for Amelie Framello. Talk about putting out a fire. Corsa been held hitless as she continues to pound strikes in the zone here.
Finally, a ball. Amazing.
Wow. Okay, and Sunday Calabasas, he will answer with a 2-out base hit, able to end the streak. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for both the Onion article and the headline as it was written. Appreciate it. BJ Ramdeen, a slow grounder, barehanded grab from Barnett, makes the play. Bombeo stranded runner Framello looks good in her first outing that we've seen from her.
It's me. I'm the dipshit fan.
I mean, both of us were guilty of that one, I have to say.
I know. You just watch it and you can't help it.
Another leadoff hit for the Bombardos.
There we go.
Still lots of game for them to play. They are very much still in this. So here is the longtime first baseman, one of my personal favorite players, Shout, Ahmed Fedahani. Usually a first baseman DHing for them today with Novak playing first. A lot of speed, a lot of power. I love a good left-handed power bat, that is for sure.
They're a little worried about Novak over there.
Long career for Farahani, now a part of this new look Bombero squad. He will go down swinging here on a cutter. Swings right through it. And another lefty, Dave Barnett. In to face the left-handed Bolivar Magana. He's looked pretty good since coming in. Aside from giving up that solo home run. Runner goes! Here's a high fly. It'll hang up just enough for Ruffner to settle and make the catch.
There we go. Certainly, we would never see a catch like that drop.
No, that would never happen.
Never. No, it's unheard of.
By the way, runner goes again. This is a line out straight to Cosma. I'm sure you're referring to that drop by Uday Katabura in that game versus the Spectres. I have a fun fact about that. That was only so Uday Katabura has been in the league since like season 14, so he's had a long career at this point. That was his second error ever. That was only the second error. That was hence my shock when that happened.
only when it's dramatic.
Yes. Exactly. Here's the full count to Cosma. Wow, that's a great at bat from Egon Cosma. He will walk. Second base runner led by Framello. What's up, Pretentious Frostlass? Good to see you. Yeah, it's been a long game, Piggy. A lot of offense in this game.
Keeps throwing outside.
I never realized how much American English slang comes from baseball. Yeah, it makes sense when you think about it. I mean, the game has been around since like the late mid 1800s.
Oh, at least.
It is deeply, for the longest time it was known as America's pastime, like very deeply entrenched in American slang and culture in general, I would say.
Number 23.
Oh, well, let me be the first to wish you a happy birthday, Frostlass. That is so cool. Since you're here, I'll let you know what I got going on in the movie world. I'm going to see Weapons on. I'm going to see Weapons on Friday with my ex, and then anyway, and then I am going to go see There Will Be Blood in 35mm on Saturday, and then the day I get back from PAX, I'm gonna go see Close Encounters of the Third Kind, or Close Encounters with the Third Kind in 70mm, which is a movie I've never seen before, and what a great way to experience it for the first time. So I'm very excited. Are you a big weapons? Are you a big movie guy, Shout?
I am a big movie guy. My classical education is very hit or miss when it comes to film.
Oh, same. I just
So-
like movies. I'm not like a big film buff. Like Frostlass.
Oh yeah.
Could talk your ear off about movies. I don't like if y'all ever go take a look at Frostlass's letterbox, it is incredible. But I just like movies a lot. Anyway, sorry to cut you off.
No, you're good. I have another friend of mine who actually runs the film show for an NPR station here in the area. So
that's awesome.
I am always being shown up by what I don't know about film.
Right. That is exactly how I feel when I talk to Frostlass. So yeah.
But I mean, I've watched every episode of every frame of painting. I'm not completely
Oh hell yeah.
unknowledgeable.
Awesome. Yeah, we actually have we talk about movies a lot in the stream. We actually have a what's the command? Is it the list? List?
Designated hitter.
Movies? Frostlass? What's the command, Frostlass? I don't even remember. Movie list. So we have a
There we go.
There is a letterbox list of every movie that Frostlass has ever mentioned in my stream.
Amazing.
Which is so helpful for me when I'm trying to figure out what to watch. It's awesome.
Legendary.
Also, I'll plug my own letterbox if you want to follow
Oh,
it.
there's a familiar name.
Anyway, top of the 7th now. Former Kodiak, the hard-throwing right-hander, Chesley Beard, coming in now for the Bomberos. He was a mid-season pickup for Santo Domingo. Ooh, gets him on the changeup. I love that
Nice.
sequence. Good sequencing there
The catcher. Number 3.
from Chesley. Slowed him down and then sped him right back up.
More out to go.
Yeah, trying to keep this a 3-run deficit are the Bomberos.
Right on the edge.
They've shown they can put up a big number before. And here they go. If you are a Bomberos fan in chat, I need to see y'all get loud. Hashtag fire with fire if you're trying to see these Los Bomberos win right now.
Number 83.
They trail by 3. It'll be Vito Pennington leading us off. Their last chance here. And he'll another leadoff hit.
Good start.
Oh, Alliance switch in chat from Nerd Piggy, no longer rooting for Corsa.
Number 13.
Yeah, good start. That's what they're going to need. Palomito, a grand slam already this game. And a line drive out to right.
There we go.
Oh,
Wow, he
Robin
caught it.
Ruffner! Robin Ruffner with one of the catches of the
Get
year.
the replay on that.
Oh my goodness. That is simply one of the best catches we have seen, period, this season.
That dive was incredible. I did not think they had a chance.
I am in shock.
Wow.
Steals extra bases from, I mean, with the game, you know, you're talking about if Yoba Palo, let's talk about this. If
Yeah.
this ball gets through, Vito Pennington is probably going to come around to score. Yoba Palomito is going to be on second base. And then
Easy.
Corsa is in a situation where they have the tying run at the plate, you know, with a runner in scoring position with nobody out. My goodness. I mean, what a catch.
No, just an amazing save on so many levels. Like, again, I'm hardcore rooting for Bomberos on this one, and I have to acknowledge what an amazing play that was.
You
in the
can't
outfield.
say Corsa hasn't earned it if they do go on to win. Like, my goodness.
No, they have absolutely been putting in the work.
So, what could have been, like I mentioned, runner on second base, a 2-run deficit with nobody out, is now 2 outs and a runner on first. Just like that, Ruffner making another catch. That one much more routine.
Because Ruffner needed a sequel to that one.
Mm-hmm. Wow. Fair to Hani. A foul ball for strike one, and this one just barely foul. Bolivar Magana, by the way, has been in the game since Jacinto came out. Back in like the second or the third. So he has just been like outstanding pitching-wise for them. As I say that, Ferrahani hits a ground ball up the middle. And RBI man activated for Dave Barnett.
What do we know about Dave here?
He represents the tying run. RBI man is activated. That's the most important thing. With a runner in scoring position, he has increased stats on his power and contact, and he pops up. That should end the ball game, folks. What a wild game here in Santo Domingo. Corsa earned their 20th win on the year. A bit of a slugfest. And, I mean, some defensive gems as well.
No, it was wonderfully dynamic. That one could have gone either way, but Corsa put out the fire with gasoline and just pedaled to the metal their way out of this one.
Wow. Yeah, and I have to say, I mean, we talked a lot about Palermo pitching. Credit to Bolivar Magana coming in after Baptista goes only an inning and 2/3. 5.1 innings pitched, only 1 earned run. That is an outstanding game spun by him in relief. Hubsoga gets tagged with the loss, and then, yeah, Yoba Palomito, that grand slam, that was amazing. But Robin Ruffner, his fingerprints are all over this game. A double, 3 RBIs, a potentially game-saving diving catch. Let's take one more look at, by the way. I mean, probably the MVP of this game, Robin Ruffner. Unbelievable.
No, and again, if that shot gets past Ruffner, the whole complexion of the bottom of the 7th changes.
Wow. Well.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, and an outstanding game. That one was awesome. Kodiaks are playing the Foresters for the second time, and I believe in a 2-game set. Let me check the schedule. Yes, the second of a 2-game set. They are going for the sweep here. It'll be Toko Jimin versus Remy Linguini when we come back. As always, in between games, we are running 90 seconds of ads. Exclamation ad skip to skip the ad. Alternatively, consider subscribing for that ad-free viewing experience. We are going to sim these games, and we will see y'all in 90 seconds. Also, a good time for me to have a sip of my coffee.
Yeah, I was gonna say hydrate. I don't know if coffee counts for that.
I got my big water bottle right next to me. Or here we go. So I got, I'm taking after Alex in chat. I'm a beverage bastard right now. That's for sure.
Legit.
I don't know how the Kodiaks have the best record in baseball at 21-10.
When did the Grays start winning games?
I don't feel like we've been playing that well. By the way, the Unioneers just earned their 20th win of the season.
Nice.
Beverage Bastard would be a good baseball name, Alex. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying you should spend 10,000 of your dots to rename a player Beverage Bastard, but maybe you should.
I mean, there's still a few rookies left this season, I think. Oh, yeah, still plenty of rookies.
Damn. So just taking a look at the standings right now. Kodiaks possess the best record in baseball. They are 21-10. It is truly anybody's game in Southern Heat. I still think the Reapers are going to do it. In the Urban Atlantic, the Unioneers have rocketed into the lead. That might be, honestly, Shout, that might need to be another team that we check out. I'll have to take a look at the schedule coming up. Yellowfins and Blowfish are all tied up, and the Knox They're going to be rolling through Cascadia pretty soon. Kodiaks have a big game versus them coming up. Jags crawling back a little bit of ground in SoCo. I still think this is really the Springboks division to lose. And then Corsa, they continue to tack on over there in Europe. So a lot of stuff happening around the league. I got to say, Shout, your engineers are having a tough time. They are having a tough. They have lost, I think, the last 4 straight. Tough string of games for them right now.
Now, so I'm seeing about 31 games for the teams, and it's an 80-game season.
80-game season. We are approaching the halfway mark.
At what point do things start feeling locked in? Like, you look at this, and less than half the season is played. In theory, anything can happen, but when do you, as someone who's been watching this for a while, feel pretty confident that like things are kind of settled?
The final game of the season.
Or is there that point?
Yeah,
Okay.
Honestly, like baseball is such a variable sport, and given that our season is so much shorter than like real baseball, for example, like Major League Baseball, MLB, that fictional organization, they play 162 games in a year. So we're playing less than half of that. So just the amount of swings that can happen, especially in divisions where you have a lot of, really good teams like the Pacific Theater or the Southern Heat, it's not uncommon to see playoff spots decided by run differential tiebreakers, where 2 teams have the exact same record and it comes down to run differential. So, you definitely get to see more of like a picture when you're on that final 10-game stretch. That final 10-game stretch is really, that's like the home stretch of the season. But there's always like 1 or 2 divisions where it really or more where it comes down to it. So we are headed back to Victoria for another game versus our divisional opponents in whoever these guys are, the Foresters. I couldn't come up with the name. Chris Hanel going to DH for us versus the lefty. Zamboni, he's going to go back to the bench as he continues to struggle. We're going to drop Pecorino to the 9-hole. Chris Hanel is playing a left-handed pitcher, so you know what? We're going to have him bat ahead of Mao. And then I think, let's just give Kellen a day off. As much as I would rather not have Sammy Siegel bat right now, it is versus a left-handed pitcher. And I like that Sammy Siegel has the contact versus left-handed pitcher trait. So we'll just drop him down the order. We'll bat him in front of Pecorino. We'll have Chris Hanel bat cleanup. This looks good to me. All right.
So what's the prediction on this game? Are we thinking sequel? Are we thinking remake? Or are we thinking reboot?
It's a great question. Let's see. Kodiaks have been hitting a lot of... Kola Johansson has been hitting a lot of home runs. Will Kola Johansson hit a home run this game? Just a single home run. Not 1, or not 2, not 3. Just 1. It would be her 5th home run in 4 games, should they do it.
Now, who do the Foresters have up pitching?
Remy Linguini, the lefty. He's definitely their worst pitcher. So, if you're asking,
that's friggin' Ratatouille.
that is correct.
Okay, great.
He even looks like Linguini. Is the best part. All right, Valabiro Takeda. He's been hot. Had a string of 2 or 3 games now. With multiple hits. He'll come in to face the righty Linguini, a 5-pitch mix for the veteran. Having a pretty good season, all things considered, especially for the 4th starter. A 3.4 ERA. Jackknifed on a couple pitches now is Takeda. As this is a little bloop right over to Rojas there at 3rd.
Just testing the physics on that one.
Mm-hmm. And now here comes Katabura. Not used to trailing in the home run column on the team. But Kola Johansson, 12 home runs on the season. She has just been lava hot. I don't even know how else to describe it. A lot of stink balls here from Linguini. And a line drive. Kodiaks have shot him to both corners.
Wow. Kawabura looked ready to take the cover off the ball on him.
Mm-hmm. So here is the topic of the prediction, Kola Johansson. Ahead in the count here, 2-0. Linguini really not wanting to mess with her. He leaves one over the middle of the plate on a 3-0 count and gets away with it. Late on that one was Johansson. She'll check her swing and walk. First base runner of the game for the Yaks. And here
Here comes Chris.
DHing today. Batting cleanup.
The man himself.
For some reason,
Fun story. At a Weird Al concert in real life.
What about a Weird Al concert?
The real Chris Hanel. He's at a Weird Al concert tonight.
Oh, very cool. Glad he can take time out of his busy schedule to come DH for us today. What a day. You go play in a ball game up in Victoria, then go watch a Weird Al concert. Good for Chris. So here's Toko Jimin. Nice read on that ball from Katabura.
Nice.
Off-season acquisition from the Kodiaks, currently rocking the best ERA on the roster. Doesn't usually pitch super deep into games. Usually has a pretty high pitch count come the, 4th or 5th inning, but very effective in the few innings that she does pitch, especially with that K-man trait. Really like her pitch mix with that. She has been an outstanding acquisition for a Kodiak roster that really invested a lot of money in trying to improve their pitching.
All right,
Kodiak's,
so
go ahead.
go.
Oh, I was going to say, Kodiak's very fortunate to have both of their left-handed starters line up versus this super left-handed dominant Foresters lineup. Go ahead, Shout.
So question about the fake baseball game. The traits that we're seeing on these characters, these are like situational things that if the right criteria hit, they're going to activate.
That is exactly correct. Yes.
Okay.
Some of them are like always persistent. Most of them are situational.
Gotcha.
So that's a nice infield single there from Mao. Good to get back another line out for the Yaks. They have not
Running
had
like
good
an
luck off the
F-15
bat.
engine.
And now Raleigh Forte has been pretty quiet.
Whoa!
Yeah, almost hit him. Linguini been pretty wild so far. He's been inside on a few pitchers.
What happens when he doesn't brush his hair out enough before the game? Signals just get all screwed up from the rat.
Yeah, like we talked about at the beginning of the stream, no dogs not allowed to pitch in fake baseball, as per Rule 492. There are no rules that say a rat can't control a pitcher, though. So, Remy Linguini, an interesting test of the baseball rule set, to be sure, as Siegel will go down swinging there.
Now, Nerd Piggy earlier was comparing baseball to anime. If this is a rat piloting a pitcher, does that make this a Gundam series? Please leave your answers in the chat.
Jimin gets back to work. Less than 10 pitches in that first inning.
Wow.
She'll face one of the first right-handers, one of the few right-handers on this lineup. So K-Man, you talked about traits being situational. K-Man activates when Toko is on 2 strikes, and she gets increased velocity and junk stats. So her pitches move more and she throws faster. So she's good at getting strikeouts, basically.
Right, and I had seen mentioned earlier that junk is how much the pitch moves in the air on the whoa. And
That's
speaking
right.
of on the way,
Yeah, there's a flare into right field. Drops right in front of Katabura, first hit of the ballgame for the Foresters. Were you saying something there, Shout?
nope,
Oh, okay,
I'm
gotcha.
good.
Gotcha.
I'm just snacking.
So now the third baseman, Petros Rojas. Gundam baseball. Man, if for whatever reason, whoa, and Forte airmails this one.
Wow!
Honestly, had Palomar dead to rights there on the steal, but a bad throw will allow a runner to advance and score into scoring position. So runner on second, nobody out now for Jimin, who has thrown over 15 pitches and has yet to record an out this inning. had an efficient first inning, but the pitch count really ballooning here. This one an inside-out shot into left. A nice catch on the run there from Pecorino. Holds the runner at second as well. If we ever relocate a team in the Pacific Theater, we have to make them like a Mecca themed or a mech themed name. That would be very cool. I like big robots too much to not have a team name.
I mean,
after big robots.
there's already a Shinji somewhere in the league.
Yes, Shinji Unit 01 plays for the Dublin Mallards. Yes, I forget who renamed that one, but that's a good one. So after giving up the leadoff hit and the hit and the stolen base, that will be a go-ahead RBI single for the former Kodiak Seppo Heikkinen, and he'll go the opposite way.
First run that Foresters have scored in this series.
That's a good observation. Yeah, that's right. They were completely shut out in that Pascal Noir CSGO. Here's a fly out to the warning track. Looked a little scary off the bat, but it did just hang up.
Also, a Nerd Piggy, yes, there was a sticker in the Cracker Jacks. However, I have torn the sticker while attempting to open it, so quality of the prizes has not kept up over time.
So Fret Pecorino getting another start as Zamboni struggles continue. I have to admit, had I realized that it was a left or righty on the mound, a right-handed pitcher and not a left-handed pitcher on the mound, I would have just left Zamboni in. That's my bad. Linguini's looked not bad. Linguini is locked in versus a Kodiak's lineup that has been very good these past several games. A big hack there from Takeda. 0-2 now. Just out in front of that one. Shoots it foul. Takeda gonna have to battle now.
Good eye.
Got some good pitches to hit, but just not able to time him up. Wow, and Takeda has worked the count full. Here's the payoff. Tied up on a slider that just ran in on him there. Good pitch selection from Remy.
Watching a batter catch up like that and then cannot make it work.
What is a CSGO? CSGO is a joke. A complete game shutout is, a CGSO. It is sometimes called a CSGO. Here's a shot to the gap from Katabura. He's going to round and dig for second, fielded by Spumoni. The throw in, not in time. In there sliding is Katabura. So there's some action for the Axe. Most importantly, Mojo down for Linguini as Kola Johansson. 4 home runs in the previous 3 games. Walked her last time up, and Remy clearly pitching around her again as that changeup clips the bottom of the zone.
He was going to be on the wrong end of the prediction this time around.
Ooh, and another changeup dotted on the outside corner.
Like that.
Gets the hottest batter in baseball looking, freezes her. Linguini is low-key dealing today, I have to say. First pitch swinging. Jumin will be grateful for that. After a second inning, which almost resulted in 20, or it was almost 20, or was almost a 30-pitch inning? Yeah, almost a 30-pitch inning for Jimin. And second time through the order now. It is the Kodiak killer, crack shots Pumoni.
Full count.
Mm-hmm. Ground ball back up the middle. Jimin stuck out her glove, but it just found its way by her. Honestly, fortunate that wasn't a comebacker.
Yeah.
Kodiak's bullpen are all on full rest, though, following that complete game from Pascal, so they will have a lot of options should they need them. With all these lefties in the lineup, Kian Kochais will most certainly make an appearance today. Oof. And you have to think that if Kellen Zuniga was at first, he might have made that play. Seemed like a playable ground ball. Runners on first and second now for the lefty Rasputin. Spumoni, a fast runner. Jimin trying to keep him honest over there at second. Always more difficult for left-handed pitchers with their back fully to the runner on second. They're not able to turn around and look easily. Here's a line drive into left field. It will fall in front of Pecorino, and the bases are loaded. It's Mojo down for Jimin as well. For Mercedes Palomar, who already has a hit this game. Forrester's a big chance here to do a lot of damage. Versus Toko Jimin, who has a 1.0 ERA so far this year. Ball gets away, fielded by Forte. Oh my gosh, it looked like a good play, and now Mojo down for Forte as well, as he is not able to block that pitch. Here's a fly fly to center. This should be enough to score a run on a sacrifice fly as well. Takeda will fire this one in, and it will... Oh, it's a good attempt, not in time.
Oh.
And Forte just really struggling on both sides of the dish right now. A 3-run lead now for the Foresters. And another ball gets away from Forte. What is going on with him? He can't hit and he can't field right now. I believe this is the most runs allowed by Jimin in a single outing so far this year, by the way.
Big Thumper definitely struggling, and Toko's up to nearly 60 pitches on the first 3 innings.
Kodiak's great. Yeah, and here is Kian Coach Ice. They are going to send him in now. Jimin's day is done. She clearly did not have her best stuff today. So they'll go back-to-back on the lefties as Kian Coach Ice comes in on a full game's rest and throws 3 straight balls. And he'll walk the first batter he sees. It is a walk fest out here in Victoria.
In general, when you're switching out a pitcher, do you, as a manager, do you want to stick with the same handedness, or do you want to switch it up?
It depends on what's coming up in the batting order. You know, like I mentioned, the Foresters have a lot of lefties in this lineup, so I don't mind putting in another lefty here. Ground ball. Oh, nice little play there from Goldsmith. Just takes the tag in front of him after fueling the ball on the hop. I like that. Nifty little play.
Defo gets finished off, and that takes us out of the third and out of a sticky position for the Yaks.
Yeah. Foresters leave him loaded. And Kodiaks just need to do something versus the number 4 starter here for the Foresters in Linguini.
What happened to Chris's fitness?
So catcher, or playing catcher is a very physically demanding position.
Gotcha.
That's why you need to carry 2 catchers on a roster. You need a backup catcher to play when the other one needs rest. So Chris Hanel DHing today rather than playing catcher.
Okay.
This is effectively his rest day, more or less. It's a good swing on a low curveball there. Mao able to fight that off. Wow, and Linguini is just looking like an ace pitcher today, carving through a very, very good Kodiak's lineup. Kodiak's looking like they're about to be scoreless through 4, and as I say that, Antoine Goldsmith tees off. Sends this one way out of here. It's a solo shot, 465 feet. Number 3 for the rookie. Kodiak's finally on the board.
It has been so good watching Goldsmith develop this season. A lot of folks really early on thinking that he was just a flash in the pan, but he is a 24-carat addition to this lineup.
I love that 24-carat addition. Forte trying to go back-to-back. He will fly out. As good as gold. So Kodiak scored their first run. It's a 2-run game now. As Coach Ice gets back to work. Definitely going to need an efficient outing from at least one of these Kodiak's bullpen arms. Very fortunate to have all 4 of them available today. 9-hole batter now in Dmitry Petrovich. Just too many. Falling behind in the count too often here is Coach Ice. I don't like all these 2-0 counts that he's finding himself in. It not only inflates his pitch count, it's just that's just a good way to get tagged up for more runs. As I say that, he's ahead 2-0 here.
Nice.
And gets Spumoni on 3 pitches. One of the most dangerous batters is retired quickly. And 8-9-1 coming up now for the Yaks. Approaching 70 pitches is Linguini as he pitches into the 5th here versus the first baseman, Siegel.
And honestly, looking at his stats, the fact that he's held the Kodiaks to 1.
That's what I'm saying. It's been an outstanding outing from him so far. A lot of first pitch strikes from him, too. Backs up Fret. A lot of foul territory here, but this should land foul. That is strike 2, though, for Pecorino.
Whoa!
Linguini's been very effectively wild today, as I would describe it.
Yeah, nearly goes heliocentric orbital on that guy.
As this one's caught in foul territory by Petrovic. Takeda trying to get on the hit column, and that is going to, a good decision here from the Foresters. They are going to go to the right-handed specialist versus Takeda. This is going to be a very tough at-bat.
Fairbanks with a resounding thank you, Chef.
And here's a line drive that does find the grass there. First hit of the ball game for Takeda. And now Uday, the tying run comes to the plate. He could tie this up with one swing of the bat.
Wow, everybody just turned on everything there.
Mm-hmm.
They are in it on this one.
Really worried about Takeda over there at first. Only 3 stolen bases on the year for him. And here's a smash!
There we go.
Center, and that is gone. It is a tie game here in Victoria. Takeda gets on, and Katabura drives him in. It's a tale as old as time. And the Kodiaks have tied this one up.
Kata buries that one into the outfield.
Man, a couple of long shots out there into right center. Both of them over 460 feet. Chance of MVP from the crowd as well. A lot of Kodiaks fans traveling well out here in Victoria. You've seen a lot of long balls today, Shout. I gotta say, you picked a good day to be in the commentary booth.
I'm here for it. I'm loving it.
So here are the majority of the left-handed batters in the Foresters lineup that I talked about. As Coach Ice trying to work through another inning, and wow.
Stays fair.
Yeah, this one muscled into shallow right field, a little blooper. Unlucky there from Coach Ice. And Rasputin, a lot of speed over there at first. Oh, they're going to catch him stealing.
Wow.
Wow, a great move there from Coach Ice to get the runner. And he can retire the side in order now, despite allowing that hit.
Czar's wife can't save him now.
Oof. Diving attempt there from Siegel. Knocks it down, but not enough to prevent the runner from reaching. That'll be the end of Coach Ice's day. In comes Wax Poetic, statistically the best reliever for the Kodiaks so far this season. But even he has had his bouts of inconsistency. K-Man activated on 2 strikes. Let's see if he dials it up. Kind of wastes the slider there, and the full count now. Well fought by Rojas. Nice, there it is. Gets him with the high heat. 97 up at his face, basically. All tied up here. Tight battle here, Shout. 3-3.
Foresters are making the Yaks work for it. I mean, just watching the Yaks now on their 3rd pitcher. We come off of last game where Pascal Lenoir went the full game for only the 2nd time in her career. And Foresters clearly took some notes on that one. They are making the Yaks work.
And yeah, and I have to say, I've said this so many times, so fortunate for the Yaks that Noir did pitch a complete game and give a full day of rest to their entire bullpen. So things really, I mean, if there was ever a day for Ji-Min to, you know, leave the game after a few innings, it was this one. As Zuniga works a pinch hit walk and a couple of very generous strikes called on Mao here. Tough out activated on 2 strikes. Nice, able to lay off that curveball. We are not stealing with Zuniga right now, I can tell you that much. Zuniga pinch hitting for Hanel, by the way, versus the right-handed California. And wow, that's another great at-bat for Mao. Checks her swing on a very close curveball. And Goldsmith up at the plate now already has a home run this game.
California tense and all right. So I keep seeing this pressure gauge up at the top.
Yes.
Near the score bug. So is that an analysis of the situation? Is that the psychology of the players? What is that?
Yeah, that indicates, how much pressure there is at any given moment. Things like runners on base, outs remaining in the inning, how late you are in the game affects the pressure. So given that this is a tie ball game and there's 2 runners on with 1 out, this is a maximum pressure situation. The higher the pressure, the more mojo affects stats. So you can see there's a pretty dramatic...
Okay, so it's like a multiplier.
Exactly. Exactly.
Well, speaking of, California now back up to neutral mojo, so that's an improvement.
Yeah, that's tough. As the first 2 runners reached, it's been strikeout here. Oh my gosh, and swinging at a ball in the dirt is Sammy Siegel. That is a rookie mistake right there. I mean, that's a ball out of the hand, and he just really wants to make something happen here. Need the Rook to calm down. That's a good stop there from Petrovic behind the dish. Ground ball right to Stalwart. Kodiaks will strand 2. They make some noise, but we are all tied up. As we head to the bottom of the 6th, it's getting nervy out here in Victoria.
We were asking at the start, you know, remake, reboot, or sequel. Definitely looking like a full remake on this one.
Mm-hmm. I'm going to want to see a remake of Kola Johansson's performance in last game. She'll be due up in the top of the 7th, and I would love a go-ahead shot from her.
And this will be the last chance for the prediction.
Yeah, pretty much. Unless, God forbid, the game goes to enough extra innings that Kola gets to bat twice, which would be really bad. As Wax has retired the first 2 batters of this inning pretty quickly. They are going to pinch hit Crook Scorelli. A power bat here. Trying to play the home run game versus Wax. Not too many allowed for him so far this year. As I say that, here's a drive that... Oh my God!
Oh,
Pecorino! Wow! Steals extra bases. Let's see the replay on that. Holy cow. The 40-year-old, by the way.
Holy moly.
A diving attempt from him.
The man has more jump than a box of frogs.
Wow. Hold on. Let me get another. There was also like a bunch of stuff that just happened here. Oh, never mind. We can't see it because I had the replay over it. Wow, we have replayception. Replayception happening here. Yeah, there was there were like 3 substitutions that just happened in the background that you can see them all happening. So I believe Farchamp Zamboni was put in the lineup in place of Fret Pecorino as a pinch hit. And now Massimo Al Dente is in the game as a reliever. And I did not see what the third one was. There was a third substitution that happened. I am not sure. So Zamboni in the game now. Here in the top of the 7th. This is going to be the, hypothetically, the last chance for the Kodiaks. Unless we go to some free baseball. As Zamboni has worked the count full, here's the payoff from Al Dente. Slung into foul territory.
Stays alive, though.
We will do it all again. And that is the 2nd consecutive pinch hit walk. How about that? Kellen Zuniga a pinch hit walk. Zamboni a pinch hit walk.
Pressure immediately.
Oh my gosh! And one pitch hits him in the thigh. A lot of chirping from the Kodiak dugout. They did not like that. I don't think that was intentional, though. Al Dente now a
Dente
big...
looking a little cooked out there.
Uh-huh. This is looking maybe a little bit overdone. As Katabura comes into the plate about as locked in as one can be. Here's the 2-2. I don't know how you strike out right there.
Unbelievable.
I don't
mean,
know how you strike out right there.
He's just throwing it up against the wall to see what sticks.
Okay, wow. And Al Dente clearly I mean, despite what the mojo might tell you, clearly unfazed by that hit by pitch. Trying to give, and he's trying to give his team the best opportunity.
Trying to give the fans,
Uh-oh. Wow. Zamboni lucky to get in there safely. The go-ahead run is 90 feet away for Kellen Zuniga, who has a pinch hit walk. Both players tense. It'll be very interesting to see how this one ends up. Julie Mao would bat next. We are not stealing with Takeda here. We're not doing that. We're gonna let Zuniga do his thing.
Well, don't hold on, nerd. Don't be so quick to call that, because there is a real possibility of free baseball.
Yes, that is.
This is not over yet.
I love the chirping from the dugout. Hey, Al Dente, I heard you don't add salt to your water before putting in your pasta, you bum. That is great. That is excellent. Always salt your pasta water, folks.
I gotta say, between Linguini and Al Dente, the theming of the bullpen for the Foresters is absolutely peak.
It is pretty awesome, I have to agree. I don't even know if that was intentional. It just kind of worked out that way. And again, we are not stealing with Takeda here. We're just going to let Zuniga do his thing, especially in a 2 and now 3-0 count. And the bases are walked, loaded for one of the hottest hitters on the Kodiaks, Julie Mao. She has had some late game heroics before. What does she have in store here? She'll look at 89 down the gut. Oh, she's down to 2 strikes quickly. Tough out activated. The 0
Come on,
to
Wella.
Oh my goodness. Shout, I am so nervous.
This is...
Oh, my drive! Oh, snagged by Palomar. It's a great defensive play. A potentially game-saving play. It has been. We have seen some great defense here, Shout.
That is... Oh, that's heartbreaking.
Truly heartbreaking. It was a good at-bat, too. A good sting hit on the ball. It wasn't a big jump from Palomar, but it was a good play. You have to respect it. I do like that Poetic is locked in. Routine play for Goldsmith there.
Wax still looking smooth. I'm here for it.
Yeah. Kodiak's trying to push this one to extras. Fortunate to still have 2 bullpen arms available here. As Poetic going to be tasked with getting through the 7th here. Trying to get Spumoni on that high cheese again like he did last time. Nice.
Nice.
A well-hit ball, but right at Johansson playing second base today. Oof, that was a Villanueva. He was trying to win the ball game right there with that swing. A couple of home run swings from their right fielder. Here's the 1-2 pitch.
Man active.
Yep. Swing and a miss. Gets him with the high fastball again, and folks, Shout, I'll let you say it.
Free baseball.
We got some free baseball here in Victoria. Give me 1 second, folks. Let me see if I can I mute this ad? Folks, I cannot mute the ads any longer. They are incoming. There is nothing I can do about it. Blame Twitch. ! Ad skip to skip the ad. Alternatively, consider subscribing for the ad-free viewing experience. I do apologize. I will see y'all in 90 seconds.
Unbelievable.
People are going to want to see the end of this game. We will wait.
Yeah, no, we should wait on this one. This is, again, it's just such a difference coming off of the first game of the series, where the Kodiaks just absolutely walked away with it.
Yes.
To see the work that the Foresters are putting in, like they clearly had their jimmies a little rustled on that one and want to prove that you don't just traipse around in Victoria and expect you're going to walk away with it easy.
No, they've this team has been, they got off to a slow start, but they have been really grinding out some wins, and they have the bats to do it. And when their pitching is playing like this, or when their pitching is as good as it has been today, they are a very tough team to beat. So, I mean, I picked them to win the wild card at the beginning of the year. I have a lot of faith in this team
Oh, wow.
overall. So, it might be the only
Also-
it might be the only prediction of mine that turns out to be true. Time will tell.
Also, I got to say, I think it's the first time in like 25 years that I've had Cracker Jacks. It's pretty good.
Those shits are good. I love Cracker
Like-
Jacks. I do tend to get a Cracker Jack when I go to a ball game. They're a
It was
good.
one of the things that might have been the only food that I didn't eat at T-Mobile Park.
Oh yeah, how was the blue corn dog, by the way?
Okay. You're gonna have to trust me on this. I would buy it again.
I mean,
So-
I can't imagine. I mean, it's a corn dog. I can't imagine it's that bad.
Okay, well, so first off, corn dog, could be super easy, could be super simple. The corn dog at the base of that, fantastic. Really good breading on the corn dog, actually being able to get the cornbread flavor of it through. Like normally it's just kind of there to take up space and give some carbs. No, this was a good cornbread breading. The cheese sauce that they dipped it in wasn't overly salty, wasn't overly fatty, great consistency to it. And then whatever the blue stuff on the outside is almost like a crushed up blue taki. So you get
Oh,
a little
yum.
bit of heat, but also
Okay,
a little bit
yum.
of tartness from it.
I figured
that
it was
really
probably
helps
blue
sort of-
Takis. Yeah.
Yeah, that actually really rounds the whole thing out. And thank you, Babs, for posting that link over in the chat to my video review where I somehow got moosed in the middle of that one just from where we were standing. So that was pretty cool. But I would pay for that again. That was a surprisingly good stadium bite from a baseball park that is known for really good food. And that I think it's a solid addition. I think they did great.
How's that for some interstitial content? Just a blue corn dog review from Mr. Game and Shout right there. Thank you, Shout, for that extremely in-depth review of the very real blue corn dogs that you can get if you go see a Mariners game. I'm going to
terrifying, but
a week
you
from
get
today.
one.
A week from today, actually a week from right now, I will be sitting one section behind home plate at T-Mobile Park, so I might have to get one.
Wow. Yeah, no, definitely.
So jumping back into the match here, Al Dente staying in the game. Antoine Goldsmith responsible for one of the three Kodiak's runs. Here's a slow dribbler to Palomar, who makes a good plan that Goldsmith, not a fast runner, will ground out there. Al Dente, despite that hit by pitch on, I mean, after the hit by pitch on Takeda, I was like, oh, they're cooked. But he has managed to really bear down in the face of the Kodiaks and make this happen. Here's a drive out to right
it's
field.
going.
That's a fair ball.
Okay.
Misplayed off the wall by Heiken and into second base is Forte, and that is a big hit for him.
Let's go, Thumper.
Let's go, Big Thumper. So Chip Hazard,
That's
Kodiaks
expected.
already saw a little bit of him, and he was quite effective in game one. They're going to send him in again now versus Sammy Siegel. Go ahead run in scoring position for the Kodiaks.
Sorry, I can hear my dog snoring over on the bed. I just got hella distracted.
Oh, you're totally fine. Here's the 2-2 to Siegel. Oh my goodness.
Wow.
Checks a swing on a tough pitch out of the zone. And Zamboni had a pinch hit walk. Takeda would bat next if he can get on base. Chip Hazard locked in. Zamboni tense. Pressure high. This is going to be a tough hill to climb here for Zamboni. Ground ball to Ishwar Khan, who makes the play.
And the Foresters have a chance again.
Yeah, and it's going to be the best part of their lineup coming up, too. Plaid Rasputin, who already has 2 hits this game, going to lead things off. Kodiaks, I feel like, kind of have to go to their bullpen here. As much as I would like to leave in Wax, he has pitched. He has thrown a lot of pitches. It'll be Dirt Claude coming in to try and push this game into the 9th. I'm gonna be honest. It's not looking good for the Kodiaks right now. this part of the Foresters lineup versus the Kodiak bullpen has some real neutron bomb versus coughing baby energy. I'm gonna be real with you. I am fully expecting to lose this game right now.
What? Neutron bomb versus coughing baby. Where in the rule book did you pull that one from, Bry?
Ball 1 to Rasputin. Wow, that's a gift.
Oh, that is lucky. That is very lucky.
On 3 pitches, Rasputin will fly out to Takeda. Brian, you're so right. Free baseball is so much better when the acts aren't involved. Dude, this is the most stressful shit. It's so hard for
And again,
me.
the best team in the league right now, and we're still sweating bullets.
It's just like every game, I feel like there have been very few Kodiak's games that have been easy wins this year. As Dirt Clod has 2 outs in 7 pitches. That's a home run if you play in an elevator shaft. I will be stealing that. Chaotic good, Jay.
Thank you, mate.
He walks Rojas on 4 pitches. Runner on first now.
Rojas rolls to first. There's one for the Marble fans in the audience.
That's good. Ground ball, diving play by Johansson on her feet and throws to first. Nice.
We go to the 9th.
It continues.
Cola Johansson. Everybody out there with the prediction.
Will bat this inning.
It's that Men in Tights moment. She gets another shot.
Ground ball up the middle. It gets through.
Oh, that's a base hit.
Leadoff runner is aboard, and they have a lot of speed as well.
Oh, man. Maybe she won't get up if Canabura does work.
I'm giving Takeda the green light to steal, by the way, so whatever happens happens there. Here's the 2-0 pitch to Katabura. Wow, I mean, Hazard really not messing. Runner goes on a 3-0 count. That's crazy.
Oh.
Okay, we're never stealing on a 3-0 count. Let me be clear.
Mojo down for Hazard.
And they're going to bring in the lefty.
Oh, and gone.
Yeah, Bane Sayavong is going to come in here versus Johansson. We are not stealing third. Runners on first and second, nobody out. There is no stealing to be had here with Johansson at the plate. 4 home runs in her last 3 games. Sayavong, really good command of his pitches. Oh, this one's hit back up the middle. Rounding third is Takeda. Here's a throw from Spumoni, and it is not in time.
Nice!
Driving in the go-ahead run is Johansson, and the Kodiaks take a 1-run lead here in the 9th with no outs recorded still. Another ground ball up the middle. This one knocked down by Sayavong. He will get the lead runner.
Not in time for the double, but still looking good.
Still looking good here. And now the lefty Julie Mao comes in. Had a potentially game-winning hit stolen away from her by Palomar her last time up, and this will be a flyout to Spumoni, and most importantly, it's not driven deep. Katabura not able to score on a sacrifice fly. It remains a 1-run ball game. Antoine Goldsmith batting from the right side now for the first time today, the switch hitter. Oh, I thought he was going to turn on that one and send that over the right field seats. And another line drive that is caught out by Rojas there. It has been tough to get the balls to fall for the Kodiaks. However, they do squeak another run across the plate in the form of a Kola Johansson go-ahead RBI single. A defensive replacement at first. It's Newt Gizmo once again.
Gizmo back out. Interesting.
She may not
All right, let's see if-
Yeah, she may not ever fully heal. There is really nothing I can do to prevent defensive replacements as a manager, so unless I go and pitch all the innings myself, and I'm not doing that. So
Well,
full
let's see
count
if
here to
Stefan can
Heikkinen.
finish this one off.
Yeah, this is the bottom of the order.
Same spot.
This is the bottom of the order for Dirt Clod. So you kind of have to get these outs here, and the defensive replacement Gizmo will see some action on the first batter. And here's All-Star nominee Ishwar Khan. This is probably the best opportunity for the Foresters to tie this up right here. 5 home runs on the year for the young man. On 2 strikes again.
Ooh. Came in up. Stays alive.
Ooh, that's
Wow.
a scary one off the bat. Khan really battling here. Spoiling some very good pitches. That one was way out of the zone. And saw that one all the way. Ground ball up the middle. That'll bring the go-ahead run, or sorry, that'll bring the winning run to the plate. Autumn Pillar getting warm in the Kodiak bullpen. It is now the 9-hole batter, Dmitry Petrovich. The infield wills it up for the double play. Neither the runner on first nor Dmitry are fast runners. Ground ball, nice play from Goldsmith.
Oh! Great jump.
Runner will tag up or will hold it first, and this is going to bring Crackshot Spumoni to the plate. The Kodiak Killer grounds out weakly to Goldsmith, who grounds the throw with the pick from Gizmo. Gizmo makes the pick. The defensive replacement. It's a bad throw from Goldsmith. Wow.
Unbelievable.
A potentially game-saving defensive play from Newt Gizmo. Goldsmith with the bare-handed grab and throw. And how about that pick from Newt Gizmo? Let's see that again. She got brought in as a defensive replacement and makes an impact multiple times in that inning. Yeah, a clear spiked ball.
I love that. I love the little exclamation point. Like, I screwed up.
And look at how close this was, too.
Moved.
I mean, by not even half a step. That is an incredible play by the rookie Newt Gizmo.
That is high drama. That is damn.
Unfortunately for the Believers, Kola Johansson did not hit a home run. Sorbet in shambles. Nerd Piggy's about to get real paid out on that one.
Nerd Piggy's not the only one on that.
Are you?
I have really good luck apparently when I'm helping with the commentary. I cannot win a prediction to save my life any other time.
The best defensive player award in real baseball would be called the Platinum Glove. Shift. Fake baseball is great. Thanks. I appreciate that, Corpocracy. Thank you. Yeah, what a tight battle between the top 2 teams of the Pacific Northwest. The Kodiaks will sweep that 2-game set. And let's see, Shout, you have time for one more game, or how are things looking for you?
I'm good. I'm down. I am fully juiced after that one. I'm ready to go.
We got, yeah, so we'll do one more game. I want to take a look at the schedule to see if there's anything, like, super interesting coming up here. Or we could end things off with the former 2 teammate. This is actually pretty interesting. Celeste LeBlanc versus Anna Spelunky. And here's why this is interesting. Celeste LeBlanc and Anna Spelunky were brought into the league at the same time for the same team, both as rookies. If we go back in time a little bit here and back to season 15, we want to take a look at the season 15 roster for the Kodiaks. Anna Spelunky and Celeste LeBlanc were both brought in as rookies this year, and were considered to be the future, aces of this Kodiak ball club. Yes, as Schiff said, they used to be the future of the pitching rotation, and now, for the very first time, Anna Spelunky with her new team, the Nocturnals, will go head-to-head in a pitching duel versus Celeste LeBlanc. I have to say, I think we just have to watch this game. At Nagoya as well. I think, are you down for watch one more Kodiak game?
Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah? Okay.
I'm here for it.
Cool. Yeah, I feel like that's a fun way to end it. Folks, I know ads just ran at the end of that last game. In order for ads not to run over this final game of the day, I'm going to run them right now. As always, exclamation ad skip to skip the ads. You're not going to be missing any gameplay. We are only going to be simming games in the background. Ooh. And I have an opportunity to increase Chris Handel's arm rating, which is very important. That's good. I'm going to make sure we haven't missed any other shock signings or anything like that.
You are good. I've got something I'm making sure I got set up here for the end of stream. And
Oh yeah, and that's right. I will mention, I'm not going to spoil it, but at the end of the stream, Shout does have a little treat for y'all, by the way, which I'm just going to let you explain entirely. More moves, but yeah, Patty. So the Voyagers continue to make moves. This one makes a bit more sense than cutting Alley Cat Crunchwrap. They are going to bring in the veteran closer, Gristle McThornbody, 99 velo on him. So they're going to strengthen their bullpen. I don't hate that
Gristle
move.
McThornbody.
Gristle McThornbody. So let's sim these games. Oh, I have to say, if we were going to close out the game with anything else, it would have been Spectres versus Engineers. That's going to be a banger.
I'm curious how this one's going to play out.
Yellowfin's so folks, definitely some stuff to keep your eye on here as we sim the games. These first 4 right here are all like banger matchups. Nocturnal Swifts, Yellowfin's Palermo, Santo Domingo Voyager. So keep an eye on as we simulate these CPU games. Boy, I'm sorry. Shout, your engineers are getting blown the fuck up right now. It's tough.
Damn. Yeah, that's brutal.
The Swifts continue to win ball games again. Kyoto, that's a important win for them. Let's go Blowies. Hashtag blowing up.
Wow.
Let's go.
Coming back.
That was a walk-off walk, by the way, by I just saw that by Bush Ranger reliever Macantor Warbeast. That's amazing.
The good boys. All right. Well, I guess they're not water retrievers.
Let's go. Let's go Commodores. Boy, it's a tight battle in the Atlantic right now. Foresters, they get a bounce-back win. Springboks continue to pull ahead in Southern Continental. Damn. Munich, they get swept by the Spectres. Boy, and look at this battle in the Pacific Theater right now. Like,
yeah, no, that can go anywhere.
Ooh, Yellowfin split the series with Palermo. And that's a big win for the Toucans. They are still very much in that Southern Heat race. Wow, and the Blowfish swept by the 9 win, or not swept. Sorry, they split the series with the Bush Rangers. Just kidding.
And the Swifts doing good over there too. Damn.
Yeah, the Swifts are. I mean, the wild card race in the West is going to be unbelievable, folks. If you don't know, the wild card is the best record that is not a division winner, and it is anybody's guess who's going to be the wild card in the West right now. It is tough. I think it's more. I'm pretty sure the wild card in the East is probably going to come from the Pacific Theater, but who knows? So, man, what a great game to end on, Shout. I have to say, Celeste LeBlanc. I mean, I set it up already. Celeste LeBlanc versus Anna Spelunky. What a bizarre. I have to say, as a the Kodiak's manager, very weird to see this. Spelunky.
I am excited for this. I'm just looking at Mojo up across the board on the Kodiak's lineup.
How is Zuniga still? Whatever. You got to figure it out, my man.
It's a Mojo thing.
It's a Mojo thing. He'll figure it out. I think we might just move him down in the batting order for a bit. We'll have Johansson bat third. I think that just makes more sense. Well, we're going to bat Zuniga probably 5th is what I'm thinking. Anybody that I would like to DH today? I don't know. I think I'm kind of fine with this. I mean, I would like to give Forte a day off from catching because he really struggled last game. I don't really have like a good player to DH if that's going on. I think that's just gonna.
Also, anybody watching that wants to know the history of any of these players, there is a full reference. There is the spreadsheet to end all spreadsheets. I have long joked that the biggest reason I cannot be a true baseball fan is because I am not good enough at Microsoft Excel. Bry clearly is, and that historic reference has everything.
Oh, also, by the way, I believe, Picky, you called for the deep dive on Alea Hale earlier that I just completely missed. I'm going to refund you those points. And feel free to redeem that another time if you want to redeem that on Friday.
Before we get into this, do we want any predictions on this game?
Oh, shit. That's right. Right. I already had the prediction in mind, too. Who do we think is going to pitch? Who will pitch deeper? So this is who's going to pitch more innings.
Okay.
Between Celeste LeBlanc and Anna Spelunky.
Oh.
It will. So yeah, I think this is the perfect prediction to do.
Yeah.
For two former teammates. And there will be an option for a tie, because it's totally possible that they pitch the same amount of innings. Prediction is live. There will be 1 minute on that. So, Anna Spelunky versus her former team for the first time ever. Was meant to be the future of the squad. She did win a couple world titles here. Now pitching for a very good Nagoya Nocturnals roster and steals a strikeout from Takeda. What a way to get started for her. That was a tough pitch up and in. I didn't think it was a strike. The umpire did, and they're the one calling the game. So here's Ude Katabura. Takes a big swing on an inside pitch.
Familiar faces.
A lot of familiar faces on both of these rosters.
Take your base.
Raleigh Forte, I should mention, was formerly a Nagoya Nocturnal before he was signed by the Kodiak. So there's quite a bit of back and forth here, actually. And now batting in the 3 spot for the first time this year, it's Kola Johansson. 12 home runs on the year for her. It did have that go-ahead RBI single that won the game in that sweep versus the Foresters.
Nope, that's high.
Trying to make out that ad behind my picture over there. If anybody.
In a drive! High
Whoa.
and deep, will it go? Back, gone!
There we go. That starts it off.
Kola Johansson continues to pop off. It is home run number 13. RBIs.
Literally, her first appearance after the point prediction, home run.
Surely there's no funny business happening there.
How can you not love fake baseball?
How can you not be romantic about fake baseball? So true. Sorbet crashing out in chat. Where the fuck was that 10 minutes ago, girl? Here's the full count to Mao. Ground ball up the middle. Anna Spelunky already tense. Wow. As Zuniga moved down the batting order for the first time this year, he will bat 5th. Takes a big swing on a fastball just off the plate. I like that pitch selection from Spelunky. Now, Spelunky's biggest issue, and the reason that she was let go, always was that she just walked too many batters. She was a little bit too wild. She couldn't pitch deep into the games. Had no problem striking people out, but so often just couldn't locate any of her
100 miles an hour on that one.
Couldn't locate any of her pitches, and so often would have to rely on that fastball, which was good. But if teams were able to time that up, she'd be taking yard a lot of the time. And frankly, gets taken yard here in the first game versus her former team. Trying to get out of this one here. Over 30 pitches in the inning now for Spelunky.
Okay. Dude looks like a wasp. No, any baseball that survives Kellen Zuniga is thankful. Well, there's that mojo problem fixed at least.
All right, and leading us off is going to be All-Star nominee Pastel Harper. As a reminder, folks, you can vote to send Pastel Harper and many other players to the first ever fake baseball All-Star game, as Harper makes a case for herself here with a leadoff single. 1 pitch, 1 swing, and she is on base. You have until Saturday to get your ballots in. Here's the center fielder, Griffin Steelmeister, who will line out. Couple of first pitch swinging here.
Wait a minute. So, August 27th is a Wednesday.
Oh. It's meant to say the 24th.
Okay.
I'll fix that right now. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah.
Nice double play turn by the Kodiaks, by the way.
Wow. All right.
The date is right in the trailer. That's what matters.
Okay.
The third baseman, number 95.
All right, so double play turn by the Kodiaks.
Ball high.
Be the bottom of the order here in the bottom of the 7th. Backhanded grab by Mario, who pumps throws, gets the out. And here is the former Nagoya Nocturnal. Had a couple of good seasons here at Forte before he was picked up by the Kodiaks and has now been their starting catcher ever since.
Off the plate.
Forte coming off a career high 14 home runs in season 19. Has struggled, had some success, had some success at the start of the year, but has otherwise struggled to get it going. And he is gonna tag his former team. Wow. A couple of former teammates showing each other up here. Forte gets it on the party. Number 5 on the year for him. It is 3-0.
Thumper sending that straight into the rising sun.
Shout, I love your quips.
So it's basically Wile E. Coyote mode. You know how he runs off a cliff, but he won't start falling unless he looks down. I just keep saying dumb shit until someone laughs, and it works.
I love it. Ooh, and Zamboni goes down looking. He is mojo down again. His struggles continue as the strikeouts continue to pile up. Takeda got us started with a base hit and scored on that Kola Johansson home run.
Off the plate.
At least I think that's what happened. That is what happened, right? Am I forgetting?
Sounds right to me. I'll trust you on it.
Spelunky approaching 50 pitches here in the 2nd. And I have to be honest, folks, this is almost exactly the reason that she was let go by the Kodiaks, just for stuff just like this. That was a very well-hit ball out to right field, but Soap McTavish, I'll tell you what, Soap looks like he's turning his season around. I have said so many times and in every episode of This Week in Fake Baseball, the official Fake Baseball podcast, by the way, which you can find on the Fake Baseball playlist on my YouTube. Soap McTavish, one of the few true superstars of this game, an S-rated player. He was the big acquisition by the Nocturnals, and their success largely depends on him get it going. He will pop out here as LeBlanc, wow, has a couple of quick outs.
Catch.
Speaking of guys I need to get going, Bam Dickerson.
I wasn't ready for that one, Bri.
One of my favorite names in baseball. With a DH today. Batting from the left. Your reaction to that just brought such a smile to my face.
I just Bam Dickerson on the D.
Bam,
all right.
Bam Dickerson. I mean, it's truly a great name for a power.
No,
it's
so
first
good,
baseman.
but my God.
I know it's intentional. Wow, and the Kodiaks will continue to tee off. First is Spelunky here. First pitch swinging is Katabura. He'll get on base. She has 5 home runs in 5 games. She leads all of baseball, and I would say clearly the MVP frontrunner right now. Kola Johansson! She cannot be stopped!
Back to back for her.
Shout, I am in shock.
It's incredible. Just everything that is being served up is just being sent right back out.
I mean, no doubt about that one either. This is one of the all-time hot streaks in fake baseball history. It is very...
And again, the Kodiaks fans in the audience would be happy, but they're still so butthurt about that prediction, and who can blame them?
I want to stress to the viewers at home, it is exceedingly rare that you see this sort of offense performance and such a... This is truly one of like the runs of all time from Kola. Now with... Was that number 15 on the year? Was that number 15 or number 13?
I think
that's a league leading home run number 14 on that.
Yeah, because I think it said she was 12 as we came into the game.
Wow. That is her second multi-home run game, by the way, in 3 games. And Julie Mao will continue to tack on.
Sends that one out
double.
into the belt.
28 is the record by her teammate Kola Johansson. That was back in season 16. You know, the crazy thing about that season 16 28 home run season from Uday Katabura was that the record at the time was 22. And not only did Uday hit 28 home runs, the record was all that 22 home run record was also broken by Giuseppe Cacciatore, who hit 23 home runs that year. So the home run record was broken by 2 different people that season. It was pretty amazing. Oh, and Anna of Spelunky is out of the game. So
yeah, got deep 6 there.
So all as Julie Mao going to make a bad base running decision, and it will record a toot plan that is thrown out on the base paths like a nincompoop. That is a real baseball abbreviation. It is on the MLB.com glossary. So all
next time I do this, you're gonna have to bring receipts.
So all the sorry, I can't talk right now. All the Blanc has to do is record a single out in the third, and whoever voted for her will win. The prediction, I should say.
Even Chris shocked by that one.
So Nylon Feathers comes in and strikes out the first 2, or gets the first 2 batters she sees out. Ooh. Only 2 pitches, Nylon, but a lot of speed and good command of that as well. Here's the 0-2 to Goldsmith. Here's a drive out to center, but Steelmeister, pretty speedy out there. He'll make that catch. Iwola Koala with the glossary as well. By the way, you can access, I do have a link. I do have a link to the MLB glossary on Fake Baseball Reference, by the way. If you're ever wondering, if you ever hear me say something and you're like, what does that mean? As LeBlanc wins this prediction, by the way. If you ever hear me say something and you're like, what the balls does that mean? The glossary is linked in Fake Baseball Reference.
We can set up a command that would, like, let you pass it a term to check.
That would be awesome.
Like, let it look up in real time and then have it report back with, yeah, it's there. Here's the link. Now I want to program that.
And here's a drive.
Oh, I know what I'm doing tonight.
Nocturnal's trying to get on the board. This will just land at the warning track dirt. A 2-out stand-up double here for the Nocturnals. I feel like that's the most offensive action we've seen from them all year. I think, or not all year, all game. And that is their first hit of the ball game. I think,
finally
anyway.
starting to wake up.
Maybe their second hit of the ball game. Yeah, right, because Pastel Harper got their only other hit. All-star nominee, I might add. Pastel Harper. She'll go down on 3 pitches. And at the beginning of this stream shout, the Blanc didn't have her best stuff. Clearly not the case today.
No, she has woken up and looking to erase that last performance from everyone's memory and is doing great on it so far.
And here's a swinging butt from Forte. Feathers can't field it. And it's an infield single for Raleigh Forte.
What the hell, Feathers? Were there cooties on it? You have to pick up the ball.
We'll take another look at this one. That's a tough play to make, especially for the pitcher coming off the mound like that.
No, for sure. I get that, but she's hovering over it for like a second and then reaches down. Oh, wait, I need to put it in my hand so I can put it somewhere else. Like, you're a pitcher. You know this.
It was a good throw over to first on target, but Forte able to get the hustle in there.
Oh, no, once she loaded up, it was great. It's just like getting there.
Yep. You'll take him any way you can get him, and that is a hit for Forte. Zamboni really trying to get his season back on track. And he'll work a walk here. Feather gives up a walk after giving up that infield hit off the misplay on the ball. The table is set now for the top of the order in Takeda, as Takeda continues to see some questionable strikes called against him. He'll say, fuck you, and send that one into shallow left.
And that loads it up.
And a situation...
Oh, no!
Truly something you never... This is... I have to stress, this is the single worst situation you can be in as a pitcher, period. You have the literal best hitter in fake baseball history at the plate with the bases loaded and nobody out. Now, it's totally possible that Uday gets out here, but you never want to be in this spot as a pitcher.
What? I mean, you almost just want to walk him and take the run scored just to get him out of the way.
Here's the issue. If you walk him, you have the league leader in home runs behind him. And wow.
You are a cool. Wow.
A silly hack there from the usually well-disciplined Katabura. But now,
Watch her go 3 for 3.
out of the frying pan and into the fire. Kola Johansson, bases loaded. 1 out. Oh man, and she will.
Oh no!
Wow, this is pretty embarrassing from the Kodiaks.
Unbelievable!
I have to say, surely the Kodiaks wouldn't record a Noble Tiger here on my stream. Do you know what? Do you want me to? Have you heard of Noble Tiger before?
I've heard of the Noble Tiger before, but for everybody else out there, 0-2.
Julie, please. It is the single most embarrassing thing an offense can do.
Nylon falling apart on the mound.
It's going to be a Noble Tiger. Mao.
Oh my God!
Mao gets under this one. That is no outs, bases loaded, ending in team incapable of getting easy run. That is a Noble Tiger. I mean, it's pretty unbelievable that Nylon Feathers managed to.
If this were scripted, you would not believe it.
No, like no outs, bases loaded. You have Katabura, Johansson, Mao up. You're like, oh yeah, at least a sacrifice fly is in play.
Meanwhile, LeBlanc comes out 102, 96, 97.
And she's locked in. Only 25 pitches through for 3 1/3. She has been unbelievably efficient. What a bounce back start from her. And here is Itsami Mario, the Japanese Italian. Ground ball. Goldsmith. Routine play. This is why lineup matters so much. So true, Piggy. Yeah, like, if you have Kola Johansson. So here's the thing that you might see a team do. Like, let's say you had Uday Katabura at the plate, and then batting behind him was like Newt Gizmo. Well, obviously, you're just going to throw 4 balls out of the zone to Katabura and hope that he swings and misses at him. And if he walks, whatever, you'll just go pitch to Gizmo. But when you have the home run leader batting behind Uday Katabura, you have to pitch to him, and therein lies the issue that many pitchers face with this Kodiaks lineup.
No, all I can say is that you are truly cruel, like brilliant, but cruel. But this is also like, thank you for explaining that earlier in the stream, because like understanding the thought that goes into that and creating that sort of situation helps me in the audience to appreciate like how this is a situation that was prepared for.
Right. Yeah, baseball is such a random game. One of the few things you can do is prepare. And now here comes Antoine Goldsmith. Swings at the first pitch. Harper will beat him in a race to the bag. Virale Forte, he's 2 for 2, and he's done it in way different ways. He's got that line drive home run and then that weird swinging bunt. As the ball gets away, incoming to score is Zuniga.
Unbelievable.
And Forte, a 3 for 3 day versus his former team. How about that? Good for number 25. He's had, like I mentioned, he was having a tough season. Glad to see him have a 3-hit day. As here is the left fielder batting in the 9-hole today, Zamboni. Wow. Swings at a pitch in the dirt, and another ball gets away from Louisa Burton. She's really struggling behind the plate right now, but on 2 strikes is Zamboni, and a line drive, and that's a great grab by Monty Summit. Baseball is cruel like that when you're struggling your most, and you finally get a good tag on the ball. Line drive, diving play.
I mean, again, I think we've seen Nagoya make some real feather brain decisions so far this game. And got nothing. Like,
It is 6-0 Kodiaks as LeBlanc strikes out another. She continues to cruise. Here's Bam Dickerson up to the plate. Now, I can't believe that he's only batting a $162. I mean, Nagoya, their pitching has been good. It's been their offense that's been really letting them down, and that it's kind of the opposite. Well,
Inside.
I guess it's both here. I mean, this is just really a dismantling of the team as Julie Mao, that one just barely gets by her. Third hit of the ball game here for the Knox. Infield will set up for the double play as the bottom of the order is coming up. LeBlanc absolutely on pace for her third complete game of the year.
Out.
I am not sure if that would be a league leading third complete games. We'll have to check the pitchers and league leaders after this. And now Ribby double. The left fielder going to be looking for exactly that here, if not more.
Ball low. Strike. No.
Ooh, that's a good take. Good pitch, good take on that curveball.
That's foul.
I'd love to see LeBlanc go after the... Ooh, how about 99 on? That is paint right there. Ribby double doesn't like the call, but that one just barely clipped the bottom right hand or the bottom left hand corner of the zone. Nocturnals are going to bring in their best reliever, the flame throwing righty, Athenia Patagonia. She can easily dial it up over 100 with that fastball.
now, why wouldn't they have brought her in earlier, looking at the stats of the guy that she's replacing?
They're bringing her in now because she's facing the top of the order, basically.
Okay.
You often want to save your best relievers for the best batters. And as you
Gotcha.
can see, she strikes out
Like
the
that.
kid on a full count. Exactly.
Okay. Gotcha.
Top of the
Kind of
order
her
late in the game.
lock-in.
You know, pretty important high stress situation.
Right.
And Patagonia was not always the Knox best reliever. I mean, last season, Chow, she had an ERA over 7. So, as is kind of the case with relief pitching, relievers usually have very big up and down years. This is very
Sure.
much an up year for her.
Now, has Athena always been with the Nocturnals?
Yes. I believe this is her third or fourth season.
Well,
Wow, and Johansson is really looking for that third home run in the game. These are some big swings at some balls out of the zone. This one off the end of her bat almost makes it to the warning track, 2 away. What were you going to say, Shao?
no, I just, again, Athena playing for the Owls, that's just poetry.
I'm not going to lie, I don't get that one. Can you explain that one to me?
The goddess Athena, her, like, goddess of wisdom and owls, and there's
Oh!
a symbolism.
That is
Yeah,
very cool. Yeah, I totally was thinking about that when I named her. Yes.
absolutely.
You're right. You're right. It is so clever and so smart, and I'm very smart for doing that.
I mean, again, I've seen you put together a batting order. I wouldn't put it past you.
I just thought Athenia Patagonia was a nice name.
It also is a really pretty name, legit.
Inside.
So here's Zuniga with runners on the corners. He's going to ground out to his fellow first baseman, Pastel Harper. Kodiak's 10 hits on 6 runs. Or 6 runs on 10 hits, I should say.
Nagoya needing to show us some of that Ganbare spirit if they're going to get out of this one.
Newt Gizmo coming back in to replace Zuniga at first base.
Nope, that's low. Foul ball.
Under 60
They
pitches.
don't- They're not giving her a break.
No, they have been fouling off a lot of good pitches. And, oh, this one just finds its way into left field. It was a good attempt by the rookie Goldsmith. It's a leadoff hit. 9-hole batter is aboard. And the Owls are going to need base runners. if they wanna get back in
Nerd
this
Piggy,
game.
I am a gigantic and former semi-professional weeb, and you didn't know.
How do you be a semi-professional weeb?
大学で3年間くらい日本語は勉強したけ
Right.
ど、それは前の20年間くらいあまり使えなかったたってどんどん忘れてしまって全部ぐらい忘れてしまいました and that's just kind of how I ended up where I am now.
Makes sense to me. Yeah, that perfectly encapsulated what a semi-professional weeb is. I appreciate
Exactly.
that. It's all Japanese.
Please.
Exactly, Akko.
Yeah. Please, let me know in chat how bad my Japanese
Farcham
is.
Zamboni guns him down. Sorry to interrupt you. Oh
No!
my
Dead
goodness.
replay. What did I miss? Bring it back.
Let's take a look at that replay. There have been so many defensive gems here on the game. The runner Skip
Oh
Anthony.
my God.
Skip Anthony is not a slow runner. I mean, take a look at the speed running.
Yeah.
This is a slow hit ground ball into shallow left field from Itsami Mario. And look at the throw here from Zamboni. A missile. He threw almost a strike on a bounce from left field. Wow. Yeah. Zamboni puts that runner on ice. That is, I mean, you don't see too many outfield assists in this game. That is a highlight reel play right there.
That was an incredible throw.
Wow.
Holy moly.
Glad to see that if he can't do it with his bat, he's leaving that at the plate and playing some good defense out there.
What has got Chris looking tense? You got nothing to worry about up here.
Yeah, he's had I mean, you know, he's been getting more starts versus right-handed pitching. He's never been super strong versus right-handed pitching. And he's having to fill in for, you know, Newt Gizmo on a lot of the time. So it's not entirely unexpected, but, you know, you do want to see him do a bit better. You know, he's got that newly acquired Steeler trait. I would let him run if the AI sent him.
I mean, you're up 6-0 in the 7th.
I'd let him go anyway, just to see if he can make it. And here, Goldsmith will walk, so it's back-to-back walks issued by Patagonia. Thanks, the hockey puns are kind of my forte, says Hockey Babbler. And now up to the bat is Raleigh Forte. He's had a really good game, 3 hits for him. Charging this is Anthony, strong throw over to first. Forte will not beat that one out. A productive out, though, as both runners advance into scoring position. Would love to see Zamboni really crank one here. I feel like it's been a while since we saw a long ball from him after he had that rocket start to the season. This one down the third base line, knocked down by Mario.
Oh, Chris is going to come in.
Yeah, Chris comes in to score. It's an RBI infield single from Zamboni, and Mojo up. You love to see that.
Yeah. I was about to say Patagonia gassing out.
And another former Kodiak. It's Pao Shah up at the dish now.
I swear, like, everybody is a former Kodiak.
I mean, there, you know, rosters in fake baseball are a lot smaller. Hold on, I'm too nervous about that. I really want Takeda to make a play here. God damn you, Takeda. Anyway, rosters in fake baseball are a lot smaller than real baseball, so it's, you know, you have alum of various teams kind of all over the place, and especially with a team like the Kodiaks.
Right.
That fields a lot of, you know, really good players that go on to make impacts elsewhere. Katabura will fly out here. It's been all Kodiaks as Celeste LeBlanc is going to look for her 3rd complete game of the year, and she'll have a great opportunity to.
I mean, oh my.
Hard to the order coming up here, though. And Soap McTavish. Ooh, I love the pitch selection. Good pitch, good leave. It's been all low to him on 2 strikes. She going to change the eye level? No, just goes after him. Pounding it in there, 99, strikeout number 6 on the day.
Owls have their head on a swivel trying to look for a way out of this one.
And Soap McTavish could be heard as he walked back to the dugout muttering, "What the bloody hell is that?" As Monty Summit will fly out. And it's your favorite player shout, Bam Dickerson. Last hope here for the Knox.
Just do something, Bam.
Well, he's worked a 3-ball count here. Only 7 walks all year from LeBlanc. Ground ball. Johansson takes her time with the throw, and the Kodiaks have, I think for the first time, won every game that has been on stream.
just like that. That was wham, bam, thank you, ma'am. Celeste with another full game.
Wow, Celeste LeBlanc, take a bow. Her ERA is down to 2.21. Her third complete game of the year, a complete game shutout.
How many hits did she allow?
How many hits?
Yeah.
5.
That whole... Damn.
And I have to say, that complete game shutout, as far as I'm concerned, brought to you by this amazing... I want to highlight this one more time. Like, talk about helping out your pitcher. Why not help her get a shutty? Get a shutty on that stat line. And like that's gonna earn him some points in the clubhouse. LeBlanc is gonna be giving him a pat on the back for that one. So, because shutout is a stat that is tracked.
Okay. Wow.
So anyway, let's take a look before some closing words here from our good friend Mr. Game and Shout. Let's just take a look at some of the league leaders right now. I have a strong feeling. Look at Celeste LeBlanc up there. I mean, wow. You got 3 Kodiaks in the top 10 for the top 10 players in baseball. A lot of good pitching all across the league right now. Take a look at this. Let's take a look at some of the leaders. Kola Johansson, 14 home runs by a landslide, leads the league right now. I mean, if you want to talk about the kind of pace that she's on, we are not even halfway into the season, and she's on pace. She's halfway to the record right now, and we still have like 8 or 9 games to play before the halfway point. My goodness.
Well, and also, you know, taking a look over this, I don't see any other teams with more than 1 entry on any of these top boards, and I'm seeing 2 and 3 Kodiaks. Yeah, 2 for batting average.
There's definitely a few. There's definitely a few, but yes, the Kodiaks, Kola Johansson. I mean, a lot of these blue names are going to be Kola and Uday.
Well, right, but I'm just like on each of these boards. I'm only seeing I don't see a team with more than Kodiaks are the only teams I see with 2 entries. Well, okay, there we go. We got
there are definitely other teams.
Okay, we got the Knights on a couple. Okay.
Yes.
But damn.
Yes. Kola Johansson, top 1 or at least top 3 in most counting stats right now for. Wow. Anyway, I'm just kind of scrolling through this so everybody can take a look. Alley-Cat Free Agent is going to... Or Alley-Cat Free Agent. Alley-Cat Crunchwrap is going to be a free agent for a while until a salary comes
We're gonna be changing that name.
All right. Anyway, I hope y'all enjoyed another edition of Fake Baseball. This has been a blast. We will be back on Friday. Let's see. What'll be the opening game for Friday, I wonder? We might open up with Commodores versus Reapers. I don't know. We will find out. All that
is going to be good.
Oh, let's take a look here, by the way. There are some other moves that happened. Johan Borelli gets signed onto the Springboks. Anything else? That looks like it. Springboks make a good defensive replacement there. Shout.
Yes.
Your thoughts on your first co-commentary appearance on the Fake Baseball stream. Tell me about your experience.
First off, thank you again.
Of course.
Thank you again for having me up here. This has been absolutely incredible. I mean, the level of drama involved.
A high drama day, to be sure.
No, absolutely. And like, I don't know if it is just the games that we have had or that and the combination of how much faster the pace is we were mentioning earlier, for fake baseball versus real baseball. But when things start firing off, it's like, this is like an F1 race around the bases.
True.
It just starts going and you're just holding on for dear life, trying to keep up with it. I am more excited than ever to be a fan of fake baseball. This season so far has been incredible, Brian. I'm so glad that you brought this back again. I'm just blown away. I'm left almost speechless except for one last speech that I have in the tank.
Yeah, can we get some love in chat for Mr. Game and Shout, by the way? Thank you so much for joining us, man. It was a blast.
Thank you so much.
It was an honor to have you on.
I am anytime you want me back out here, like I'm in. This has been awesome.
Cool, and I'm gonna throw it to Shout for the closing
Yes.
words of the stream. I'm gonna put you full screen if that's cool too, by the way.
Go for it.
Folks, that is going to be all from me. You can catch more fake baseball this Friday. Again, this Friday at noon will be the final stream before the All-Star break. So make sure to get your ballots in. Make sure to tune in on Friday and catch the All-Star game on Sunday. After that, there will be a brief hiatus as I am going to be going to PAX West. So anyway, thank
Have
you
fun
all
out
very
there.
much. And yeah, shout. I'm gonna here. Let's just make shout real big here.
Absolutely. So, as I have recently learned, there are, I had mentioned some gaps in my classical education, and I'm not the only one. Baseball is nearly timeless. And there are apparently some people in this audience who have never heard the classic poem, Casey at the Bat. And I want to take the opportunity to fix that while I'm up here. This poem was written in 1888. This is nearly 140 years old. And if you have not heard this before, sit back and listen and reflect on what we've seen here and just give me a moment and give me your ears. But this is something, if you've not heard, you need to get squared away. So, Casey at the Bat, you may have heard of, now you will hear. The outlook wasn't brilliant for the Mudville Nine that day. The score stood 4-2 with but one inning more to play. And then when Cooney died at first and Barrows did the same, a pall-like silence fell upon the patrons of the game. A straggling few got up to go in deep despair. The rest clung to that hope which springs eternal in the human breast. They thought, if only Casey could but get a whack at that, we'd put up even money now with Casey at the bat. But Flynn preceded Casey, as did also Jimmy Blake, and the former was a hoodoo, while the latter was a cake. So upon that stricken multitude grim melancholy sat, for there seemed but little chance of Casey getting to the bat. But Flynn let drive a single, to the wonderment of all, and Blake, the much despised, tore the cover off the ball. And when the dust had lifted and men saw what had occurred, there was Jimmy safe at second, and Flynn a hugging third. Then from 5,000 throats and more, there rose a lusty yell. It rumbled through the valley, it rattled in the dell, it pounded on the mountain and recoiled upon the flat, for Casey, mighty Casey, was advancing to the bat. There was ease in Casey's manner as he stepped into his place. There was pride in Casey's bearing, and a smile lit Casey's face. And when responding to the cheers, he lightly doffed his hat. No stranger in the crowd could doubt 'twas Casey at the bat. 10,000 eyes were on him as he rubbed his hands with dirt. 5,000 tongues applauded when he wiped them on his shirt. Then while the writhing pitcher ground the ball into his hip, defiance flashed in Casey's eye. A sneer curled Casey's lip. And now the leather-covered sphere came hurtling through the air, and Casey stood a-watching it in haughty grandeur there. Close by the sturdy batsman, the ball unheeded sped. That ain't my style, said Casey. Strike one, the umpire said. From the benches black with people there went up a muffled roar like the beating of the storm waves on a stern and distant shore. Kill him! Kill the umpire! Shouted someone on the stand, and it's likely they'd have killed him had not Casey raised his hand. With a smile of Christian charity great Casey's visage shone. He stilled the rising tumult. He bade the game go on. He signaled to the pitcher, and once more the dun sphere flew. But Casey still ignored it. And the umpire said, Strike two! Fraud! Cried the maddened thousands, and an echo answered, Fraud! But one scornful look from Casey, and the audience was awed. They saw his face grow stern and cold. They saw his muscles strain. And they knew that Casey wouldn't let that ball go by again. The sneer has fled from Casey's lip. His teeth are clenched in hate. He pounds with cruel violence his bat upon the plate. And now the pitcher holds the ball, and now he lets it go, and now the air is shattered by the force of Casey's blow. Oh, somewhere in this favored land, the sun is shining bright. The band is playing somewhere, and somewhere hearts are light. And somewhere men are laughing, and little children shout. But there is no joy in Mudville. Mighty Casey has struck out. Thank you again, everyone. Thank you, Bry, for having me on here. We will see you in the next game. Have a great night, y'all.